Okay. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started in about 5 minutes. I just wanted to let you know that we're running a little bit late. Thank you. Good morning. Happy Tuesday, February 20th. We're going to go ahead and get started. If I can ask for a roll call to establish quorum, please.
Here.
Supervisor Hyde. Supervisor Lee.
Here.
Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Grillo.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Hyde is absent. All other board members are present.
Thank you. We're going to get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. Aliyah Shahid, she's a multimedia specialist with Pima County Communications Department. Aliyah's worked for the county for 2.5 years, doing an amazing job, and thank you for being here to lead us in the pledge. If we can all rise, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if we can please remain standing, we have a treat. We have Kevra Rich. She's an MTSS coordinator at Cragen Elementary School in TUSD, and she's going to sing Lift Every Voice and sing the Black National Anthem.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven rings. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won.
That was beautiful. Thank you so much. And she, got approval from work. She's taking vacation time to come down here to sing to us. So I want to thank you so much. And thanks for all you do for our students in Tucson Unified. We appreciate you. Now we have the land acknowledgement read by Dr. Tanya Strozer. She is the African American Student Services Director in Tucson Unified.
Hello, Pima County. My name is Dr. Tanya Strozer, and I'm the very proud Director of African American Student Services in Tucson Unified School District. We have the privilege of serving more than 4,000 African American students along with my phenomenal team. We are celebrating Black History Month. We have an event that is coming up on February 29th at 9:30 a.m. at Santa Rita High School. You are welcome to join us for this Black History Month History Facts competition. I also want to say that I'm very honored to be recently appointed to Governor Hobbs' Commission on African American Affairs. It is also my honor to read the land acknowledgement. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pascoyaki tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Strozer. And now, pause for pause.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Kaylee. I'm the Public Information Officer at Pima
Care Center. Today I brought you Claire Bear, and the two of us wanted to thank everybody who came out on Sunday for our third annual Pets of Pima parade. It went really well. I think for those of you who have been to a couple, you would agree that's our biggest, best yet, so we were really happy to see so many people come out for the pets and people of Pima County. Today we have 513 dogs in the shelter. That is really, really full for us. So I wanted to bring you Claire today as a reminder that we have pets of all kinds. We have lots of puppies, lots of small dogs. So if you're looking for a specific kind of dog, a specific age, we have them. With 500 dogs in the shelter, we can definitely find you a buddy. And all dogs and puppies are currently free to adopt. Of course, we have about 100 cats too, and we want them to find homes as well. So when you're ready for a dog or cat, we'd love to see you at PAC. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to let people know, I know there's a lot of volunteer opportunities.
Yes.
Not just fostering, if you can let people know where to go find that.
Absolutely. So at pima.gov/PAC volunteer, you can learn all about all of our volunteering opportunities. Of course, fostering is a huge part of what we do, but we have about 1,000 active volunteers that do so much around the shelter. Of course, everyone thinks about dog walking, maybe scooping litter boxes, and of course, it's lots of that, but it's also lots of helping us market these pets, helping them get socialized to get adopted for those that are a little more shy. Administrative duties around the shelter. No matter what your strengths are, we have something you can do to help. So yeah, that's at pima.gov/PAC volunteer.
Thank you. Thank you, Kaylee.
Treasurer Helpa?
Yes.
For the record, Supervisor Hines has joined the meeting remotely.
Thank you. Now we're on item number 5. This is the recognition of the We Are Gems quarterly recipients. I think I see a couple of them waiting patiently. And so this is employee recognition program, and I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Administrator Lesher.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. I think any organization, private or public, is as good as their employees. And so we are proud of our Pima County employees. In addition to the work that they do every day, that we know is part of their normal job description, we do have individuals who are nominated through a process that occurs around the county by all the different departments. And we identify individuals that receive the GEMS Award quarterly. And we're here today to honor those individuals. And so what I'd like to, we do have some certificates. I will ask these gentlemen to help me get this piece ready to go. I will do a couple, then we'll turn it over to the gentlemen who run the organizations getting those. If you can come through, and if you're here, and if your family is here, some of your friends, we encourage you to come on up and be recognized as well. And our first recipient today is Alina Barcinas from the Clerk of the Board's office. Alina, thank you. Elena has processed more than 1,300 public records requests, consistently meeting deadlines, providing exceptional customer service. Recently, a case in point, she helped an elderly low-income constituent to obtain the records that were needed, and that individual sent a handwritten note that was what we used to help recognize and honor this individual today. Thank you, Elena. From our administration group, from Finance and Risk Management, Kelsey Miller. Kelsey, thank you. Kelsey is a senior internal auditor, and she helps our department look for and prevent any weaknesses in our processes and procedures internally so that we can continue to be good stewards of the public funds. She mentors the junior auditors, ensuring properly trained, ready for advanced level work within the departments. She has been with us for 8 years. Thank you. And also from Finance and Risk Management, Robert Walls. Thank you, Robert. New to us with 2 years of service. Not everyone is familiar with our new Enterprise Resource Planning project, but Robert Walls knows it intimately. He has spent the last several months not only shouldering his own workload, but taking on the pivotal role in this new system and the development of the new system, which will dictate how county manages the payroll, finances, purchasing, and so much more. Thank you, Robert. And now I'm going to turn over to Dr. Garcia for our individuals in the health and community services arena.
We're really honored to have a lot of wonderful staff that support our departments. And today we honor 3 of them. From Community and Workforce Development, Mr. Dan Arthur, if you could come up, Dan. The underlying theme and spirit of our Community and Workforce Development is serving with honor, with urgency and heart. And nobody does that more than Dan Arthur, who's been a long tenured employee with our department and really helps us move that mission forward. Next, Sam Chia, who joined the health department when I was health department director more than 8 years ago. Sam Chia was a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed young man at the time, and he worked so hard to deliver community services, including our motor vehicle safety program, our car seat program, and our vaccinations. Next, from our libraries, Ms. Leslie White. A lot of stuff goes on at the library, especially in our area of logistics and property management. And Leslie is one of those key linchpins. She's been with the county, by the way, for 17 years. She's one of our longer tenured employee and somebody that really embodies the spirit of the library. Thank you all.
Good morning. So I have the pleasure to recognize 2 employees in the public works area. So our first is Patrick Donovan. Patrick created a GIS-based method of tracking county trails, noting the trails that fail to meet standards and developing cost estimates to make repairs. Also, he pitched in with scheduling reservations at Gilbert Ray Campground and resolving issues with constituents near the Yanza Trail in Green Valley and completing biennial reviews for Tucson Mountain Park and associated properties. Thank you, Patrick, for all you do for the county. Next is Greg Sachs, Dr. Greg Sachs. So if your flood insurance premiums have gone down in recent years, you can thank Greg. He has submitted thousands of pages of documents to the Federal Emergency Management Agency that have approved our standing in the community rating system, which has meant a 35% decrease in flood insurance premiums for residents of unincorporated Pima County. Thanks, Greg. We appreciate it.
And if I'm looking for Suzanne Druby, our assessor. Thank you. The next employee we're going to recognize works for the assessor's office, so we thought we would ask our assessor to make that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the honor and privilege to give this award to one of our employees. He's worked with the county for 24 years, Mr. Ryan Call. Ryan is a manager. Ryan is the manager of our business and personal property divisions. He's been with the county, like I said, for 24 years, and I honestly could say that I couldn't do this job without him. I'm very lucky that he is there to support me and the rest of the staff. He is much loved by everybody. So thank you, Ryan, for everything you do.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. We're going to ask you to snuggle in a little bit because I'm sure they're going to want to take the pictures. We thank all of you for your patience as well while we take a moment to really recognize the backbone of Pima County. Thank you. Thank you to all of you in the departments. Am I doing this way? All of you who are here today to support your employees, so thank you so much.
Maybe one with just them. And then... All right.
I know.
And thank you for all of you who came to support your gem. We really appreciate you as well. Thank you. We'll pause for just a minute to let people out. It is so nice. You should go and take pictures with them. Yeah. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break to maybe let communications go out and take some pictures of all the family that came to support our gems. That would be amazing. Thank you so much. Take a stretch and we'll get started. And then if anyone has not submitted their speaker card, please do so while we're in this sort of little break. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and get started. We have a presentation of a proclamation to Kevin Dahl, City of Tucson Vice Mayor, and Vincent Pawlowski, a HPV cancer survivor, proclaiming the day of Monday, March 4th, 2024 to be HPV Awareness Day. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And Supervisor Lee will be presenting the proclamation.
Thank you.
Good morning. It is truly my honor to present this proclamation to Vice Mayor of the City of Tucson, Kevin Dahl, and Vincent Pawlowski. And if I can ask you to hold this, I'm going to read the proclamation.
Hi. Oh, okay. Your name is? Crystal.
And Crystal is going to, right after, tell us a little bit about the HPV vaccine. Thank you. Whereas human papillomavirus, HPV, is a common virus that nearly everyone contracts at some point in their lives, and whereas HPV leads to 6 types of cancer and is recognized as the main cause of most cases of cervical cancer in women, and oropharyngeal being the leading HPV cancer in men, and whereas according to the United States Cancer Statistics Working Group, between 2015 and 2019, more than 37,000 cancers each year are caused by HPV, and 90% could have been prevented by the HPV vaccination. And whereas a safe, highly effective, and long-lasting vaccination against HPV has been recommended by the Center for Disease Control in the United States since 2006 for all people ages 9 to 26, and some people ages 27 to 45, which protects against almost all cases of cervical cancer and 90% of all HPV cancers. And whereas new research reports that almost 1 in 3 men over the age of 15 are infected with at least one genital HPV type, and 1 in 5 are infected with one or more of the cancer-linked varieties, with prevalence highest between the ages of 25 and 29. These findings underline the importance of including men in HPV prevention and eradication strategies. And whereas 62% of adolescents between the ages of 13 and 17 were up to date with HPV vaccination in 2021, which is lower than the U.S. Healthy People 2020 goal, and with significant disparities by geographic regions and among some population. And whereas the impact of structural racism has led to many inequities for Native Americans, including cancer rates, and this group has higher rates of cancer than the rest of the population. And whereas fewer Pima County children than the U.S. average have completed the full 2-dose series that is typically recommended, 11 years, 58% of girls and about 50% of boys. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Monday, March 4th, 2024 to be HPV Awareness Day, and shall inspire and empower those affected by HPV cancers by educating and motivating them to use their voices to promote HPV vaccination for cancer prevention, creating awareness to end stigma, influence decisions, and change to support prevention and treatment and end HPV cancers. Passed and adopted this day, 20th day of February 2024. Thank you so much. And thank you. Vice Mayor Kevin, would you like to say a few things?
Sure, thank you. The proclamation says it all. There is great treatment, and I want to thank my doctors and healthcare providers, my family, my many friends and colleagues who helped me survive this horrible throat cancer. I did it while I was in office. You can imagine how hard it was, but thank goodness to my staff. This is a vaccine that will prevent cancer, a horrible cancer. So I want to thank my friend and fellow survivor for suggesting that we do some education about this and get people vaccinated. And thank you to the Board of Supervisors, especially you, Supervisor Lee. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin.
Hi, my name is Vincent Pulowski. I'm a research engineer, retired, and an HPV throat cancer survivor. 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with an HPV lesion in this area of my throat, between my soft palate and my lower jaw. After 3 surgeries, radiation, and chemotherapies, 6 months of speech and swallowing therapy, 3 months with a stomach tube where I could only get food and water through that tube. I'm finally, years later, able to speak to you about this terrible disease, and a preventable one at that. Vaccination rates here in Pima County are lower than the national average. I wrote the petition, so I won't repeat it. But I want to talk about my journey. Every morning I have to get up and stretch my jaw because of the scar tissue over here on the right side. It used to pull all the way to the left. I won't go into the gory details, but you get the idea. It was horrible. I don't want anyone to ever have to go through that unnecessarily. The vaccination is recommended for young men and women between 9 and 26 years old. It's suggested for younger people, younger than me, for people from 27 to 45 who are sexually active, means almost everybody, because it prevents cancer. Who wouldn't want to get a vaccination like that? I know there are people who are skeptical of the multitudes of vaccinations we have to get, but we don't get smallpox anymore, and polio has been eradicated everywhere except Afghanistan and Pakistan. We could do the same thing with HPV. We could eradicate the disease. And I hope you'll join us in promoting this and making March 4th HPV Awareness Day. The science is clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vincent. Thank you, Kevin, very much. Thank you. Now, I'd like to introduce. Okay.
Hello, my name is Crystal Rambo. I'm the Vaccine Preventable Disease Program Manager for the Pima County Health Department. I wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors for recognizing this important issue and take a moment to highlight the work that the Pima County Health Department has done to prevent HPV. As discussed in the proclamation, HPV poses a significant threat to public health due to its association with various cancers. Recognizing this, the Pima County Health Department has put in extensive effort to raise awareness and encourage vaccination. Last year, 3,431 HPV vaccines were administered at our clinics and outreach events. HPV vaccines are offered as a routine service both in our immunization and our family planning clinics. In our clinics, all nursing staff are extensively trained to understand the critical importance of HPV vaccination, how to sensitively discuss the topic with parents, and encourage vaccination in a supportive environment. We also participate in the Arizona Department of Health Services, Arizona State Cancer Coalition's Early Detection and Prevention Work Group, which includes HPV vaccine promotion as a key goal. Pima County has higher HPV immunization rates than the overall Arizona average, but compared to other routine childhood vaccinations, coverage is still relatively low. More work is needed to encourage this life-saving vaccine, and this proclamation is a great step in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Thank you. We'd like to get a photo.
Thank you. And now we're going to move forward with agenda adjustments. Do we have any?
Chair Grijalva, I do not have any agenda adjustments.
Okay, thank you. Any requests from my colleagues?
Chair Grijalva?
Yeah, Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. I would like to postpone hearing item number 9 due to the fact that our staff, as well as the City of South Tucson staff, have not yet been able to meet and have further discussions. They'll be doing that later today, so I would like to have this postponed to our next scheduled board meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any other requests? I am going to ask, because I believe that we have several people that are here for certain items, that we, after the call to the audience, we go to item number 11, which is the Blue Ribbon Commission final report, addendum number 2, item 1, the status of legal asylum seeker program in Pima County, and then addendum number 1, item 1, the Constable Ethics Standard and Training Board recommendation. If there are no objections, then we'll go ahead and move forward with those changes. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, now we're on to call to the public. And we have 26 speakers. And so every speaker has 2 minutes. And then we have an hour. And if we get to that point, then what I'll do is I'll ask if my colleagues wish to extend the call for the remaining speakers. So citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board, may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stomping of feet, whistling, yells, and similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. I have noticed an increase in side chatter, and I would encourage you, if you have something to say that's urgent, please go out to the lobby and come back in. I want to make sure that people who are here and speaking can give their full attention to why they're here to speak to the board. Okay, with that, we have 2 telephonic speakers. One is Leslie Shepard. Is Leslie available? And I understand that Supervisor Hines has some connectivity issues, and so what I have requested is if he's able, when we get to voting, that he turn on his camera so I can see and he can do a thumbs up, and if not, then it will be a voice. I just wanted to make sure that we all understand that. Leslie Shepard, is she available?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I just wanted to just add this in there since we're celebrating Black History Month. There is a biblical citizenship class that I was fortunate enough to order, and we all can order. It's called Biblical Citizenship Class. You talk about giving you an incredible perspective on Black history that has been hidden, is not being taught. It would be a total benefit to everyone in the audience, and specifically for children, so that they can actually get a history that's been hidden. The other thing that I wanted to share was thank you so much for letting me speak today. I was very impressed by the person who asked if they can postpone one of the agenda items because it hasn't been able to be reviewed. That is very important because the decisions that you're making are seriously important. So to know that you're really looking it over and discussing it is very encouraging. The other thing that I wanted to share, the main thing that I wanted to share when I called, was that there is a one-day, one-vote paper ballot hand count that is being promoted. And here's the deal. People don't realize that's not a slogan. That's actually the Constitution. The Constitution in U.S. Constitution, Article 2, Section 4, says the citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. In our Arizona Constitution, Article 2, Section 21, it says free and equal elections. All elections shall be free and equal, and no power, civil or military, shall at any time interfere to prevent the free exercise of the right of suffrage, which means to vote. I say that because in South Carolina Constitution, Article 2, Section 1, it says the elections to be secured by secret ballot, protection of rights of suffrage, which is voting. All elections by the people shall be by secret ballot, but the ballot shall not be counted in secret.
Thank you, Ms.
Well, we all know
Shepherd.
that
Your
didn't
time
happen.
has expired. Thank you. Keith Gregory, also telephonic. Mr. Gregory?
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
All right. My name is Keith Gregory, and I'm speaking in my former role and capacity as the Director of Housing for the Pasquayaki Tribe, which I am no longer in. The tribe at the time supported a project called the Rio Azul Project, which is a new construction project being built in the city of Tucson. It had applied for home funds and was not awarded those funds. It's a very disappointing occurrence, given that the project and its developer have done substantially amazing work for seniors and for families in our community. So we just would like to see the county reconsider their position on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Moore, followed by Sharon Green and Don Hales. And if I call your name and you can come forward, that would be great. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Laurie Moore. I'm wearing what I hope to be the new board come November. Corrupt Democrat Pima County supervisors and the corrupt Catholic charities have been exposed. Reporter James O'Keefe has taken a deeper dive into the invasion on our southern border. He has reported that the funding for this treasonous invasion is by none other than the 4 communist Democrats on this Pima County Board of Supervisors and signed off by the Archbishop Weisenberger of the Diocese of the Catholic Church in Tucson, Arizona. Not a good look for Tucson or the Catholic Church. But congratulations are in order. You 4 Democrats are now global. I know that means a lot to you. The world will finally know what the people of this town have known for years. You 4 sitting in the small room in Tucson right in front of us have the dubious distinction of distributing funds through Catholic Charities and Casas Elitas to perpetuate the largest act of treason in the history of the United States. Now that's a title. The Catholic Church has endured the scandalous pedophile priest cover-up, and life at the we can take care of our own Vatican is cushier than life at Rikers. And now in Tucson, Catholic Charities are aiding and financing in the transportation of unsponsored, unvetted, illegal military-age men to infiltrate this country. What could possibly go wrong? Not a good look for the Catholic Church. Seems the hierarchy is always on the wrong side when it comes to protecting children in the country. I guess that's not where the money is. If you haven't stopped donating to the Catholic Church by now and left the Democrat Party, this may just do it for you. Keep your faith, but more importantly, keep your money and register conservative. Come November, the communist stronghold in this board will be going away. No longer will we hear the deafening treasonous words by Democrats, vote passes 4-1, and the dark cloud will be lifted.
Sharon Green.
Good morning. Our founding father, John Adams, stated that freedom prospers when religion is vibrant and the rule of law under God acknowledged. Reagan stated that our Constitution was made for only a moral and religious people and is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. When Ben Franklin asked what kind of government they'd created, he said, a constitutional republic, if you can keep it. The U.S. has had our flag flying longer than any other civilization, and we the people desire to preserve it longer. In the book, Live Not by Lies, the downfall of the USA has been undermined by those seeking to make it a fascist political system. President Eisenhower warned about the possible military-industrial complex, which is now upon us. We have now succumbed to that threat. Our government is in collusion with big tech and the globalist WEF, who desire to seek the desire of a free-thinking and speaking society. Rather than work toward the goal to which Eisenhower challenged us, we have instead allowed an invasion of more than 10 million people to become parasites. Parasites kill the host, that is us, the people, in the process of doing its job. Those migrants were here illegally are not political refugees, but instead are fleeing economic collapse. We could have had a legal system in which we could have helped people get job training and learn what it means to be a citizen of this free country. But instead, we've just allowed them to come in and have no commitment to what it means to become a citizen. They are draining our system financially and bringing disaster and chaos. At the Darien Gap in Panama, we have military-aged hostile Chinese ready to come and take care of our country in a way we don't want. What are you doing to protect us from these harmful invaders? What about water sources and food supplies and things they tend to get rid of?
Thank you. Your time's expired. Donna Hales, followed by Ralph Polo, Dave Smith, and Mia Burcham.
Don Hales, I've got another election-related concern. There's no procedure for the poll workers to react to a situation of a voter dropping off multiple ballots at a polling location. This is a nonpartisan issue and a felony for someone to drop off ballots from anyone other than immediate family at the same address or in direct medical care. Poll worker training says nothing about this, so it completely goes unchecked. Nothing happens and the votes count. Once again, honest Arizona voters are disenfranchised. Item 1, agenda item 1, border update. No county dollars should be spent on immigration activities. The county admits this is a federal issue. The Tucson Board of Supervisors has enabled this crisis for 5 years and are now responsible for what is about to happen in Tucson and elsewhere. And by the way, what is that? What is going to happen? What will they do with the recently purchased 1150 West Drexel building? And what about the bridge? Are you going to drop that funding? The bridge across Drexel, across the Santa Cruz. And item number 6, the HPV Awareness Day. I'm totally against that. I mean, why are we in the advertisement or the vaccine advertisement business here? Can't we concentrate on more important items? I'm glad the gentleman got better from the throat cancer. Will this be another mRNA, Pfizer, Moderna? The COVID vaccine didn't even work. Everybody knows it. Everyone knows that. Many young people died suddenly from it. Vitamin D and getting people outside would have worked better.
Ralph Polo?
Thank you.
And if you have those written, you can give it to staff and we'll get a copy. If you have written comments, you can give it to staff and then we'll get a copy. They're right there. Thank you.
Well, our wide open border doesn't get any attention from our local liberal politicians here in Pima County. Instead, 2 Republican congressmen from Wisconsin and California, members of the Oversight Committee, are fighting to expose the disturbing issue of illegal migration and how taxpayers' money is being spent or misspent. The leader of a nonprofit program receiving taxpayer funds to house illegals called the sheriff department when the congressman attempted to visit Casa Alita. Casa Alita, which houses illegal immigrants at a Tucson Ramada Inn. Casa Alita is a Catholic community service of Southern Arizona. The program takes illegals from ICE and Border Patrol detention and gives them housing, food, clothing, laundry, new phones, Visa cards, and travel assistance. In the meantime, American homeless veterans go hungry and have to forage for food and shelter. Is this the American way? No. It's the globalist way, the progressive way, the socialist, Democrats, and yes, the communist way to destroy our country from within and divide it. Recently, our representative in Congress keeps out of a border crisis hearing in this district. That is, right here in Tucson. The representative dismissed the hearing and nothing more than an excuse to, quote, bash the border and scapegoat immigrants, unquote. Adelita, I think you know this congressman extremely well. So I ask you, the Board of Supervisors, let me skip to that. Give us back 3 minutes. And by the way,
Your time's
there's
expired. Dave
there's
Smith,
only one.
Your time's
national
expired.
anthem,
Thank
and
you.
that's the Star Spangled
Go ahead and have it.
All right. Our Cuban refugee has some strong words. Good morning, everyone. Madam Chairman, supervisors. This week I was asked by several reporters what I thought of common sense gun control, and I laugh because it's always, the problem is, as Supervisor Scott points out, all we need is one more law. It's always one more. Look, enforce the laws we have. You're not. Yes, the crime problem, the border problem, all these are solvable if we follow extant laws that are already in the books. You're not following the law. The law says that you have to enter this country through a process. We are ignoring. We use euphemisms to break the law. These are not refugees. They're illegal immigrants. They're coming. They're not fleeing. If they're fleeing oppression, they should have stopped in Mexico. And the problem we have is this. Crime rate is going up because we have a county attorney and a sheriff that aren't following the laws. We've got plenty of gun laws, and when you commit a crime, I used to teach this in the academy, and we have plenty of crime resilient laws that as you apply them, which by the way, sociologically, is the only proven way to reduce crime. Punish it. Everybody who took operant behavior in psychology realizes this. If you have a behavior and you reward it, you get more of it. If you do nothing about it, you may or may not get more of it. But if you punish it, it's extinguished. This is what's been proven. In 1994, a guy named Biden did a crime bill that reduced our crime to the lowest in our history. Yet Biden himself renounces that bill. We've got to enforce the laws. I ask you to enforce the laws. Think about the things we have. Common sense of a 6-year-old is different than the common sense of a 50-year-old. Apply your adult common sense. Second order thinking. I don't know what the result of this immigration mass is, but remember, these are at the rate of criminality, 16 to 45.
Thank you.
Be
Mia
aware.
Burcham,
Thank you, Steve.
followed by Carolyn Isaacs, Roger Score, and Constable Vasquez.
Good morning. My name's Mia, and I'm an organizer with the No New Jail campaign and a law student at the University of Arizona. And I'm really happy to be speaking with you in a truly hopeful moment for our movement and for our community. Last week, the county administrator declined to put forward either of the Blue Ribbon Commission's disastrous recommendations for our county to expand the capacity of the Pima County Jail to the tune of $1 billion on the assumption that the jail population will inevitably exponentially increase. On the assumption that jail population reduction efforts have to be put off to a future moment, after we've invested an obscene amount of money and energy into carcerality, after their effects would be economically disincentivized by the need to fill more beds, feed the carceral system more of our budget. Last week, the county administrator rejected that logic, and we find ourselves in a more hopeful position. When we talk about removing people from the Pima County Jail and decommissioning the building, when we talk about incarceration being inherently inhumane and illogical, we often skip to the very end of the story and work backward from there. It seems impossible. It seems untenable. But what we're really talking about when we advocate for removing people from one of the deadliest jails in the country, what we really mean when we say that people should be in their communities, is that we should invest in programs that make jail unnecessary. We can invest in housing, healthcare, community-based services, and keep people in health, community, and safety. I know we can do it because we were about to spend $1 billion on a jail that represents a system that has consistently failed every time to improve social conditions, decrease recidivism, and do anything other than punish and in many cases kill. We can do better. Contrary to the Blue Ribbon Commission's assessment, we don't have to give into a future in which jail cages more of our community and drains our resources.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carolyn Isaacs.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors. My name is Caroline Isaacs. I'm the Executive Director of Just Communities Arizona. I would like to thank County Administrator Lesher for her recent recommendation to convene a new commission to study the jail issue more comprehensively with the goal of reducing the jail population. Ms. Lesher specifically mentions in her memo that she received approximately 240 emails expressing opposition to the jail. Thank you for listening. A coalition of local advocates have put together a paper to assist Pima County leadership in taking the next step. You've all been provided with a copy of this, but I'd like to highlight a few points and recommendations. There are a significant number of programs currently in place or in development on both the county and city level, designed to address the issues that we're facing in the jail. They show promise in reducing the jail population by strengthening community services, preventing crime, deflecting or diverting people from jail and into services, and amending punitive policies. To our knowledge, these have not been reviewed comprehensively with an eye toward what, if they were fully funded and implemented, they could do to improve conditions, to reduce the jail population, and to actually move the needle on what we're dealing with as a community. So we'd like to recommend respectfully that the board, in putting together this new commission, ensure that any commission adequately reflects the stakeholders in the process, specifically people personally impacted by arrest and incarceration, and those who work in community with these impacted individuals. Please direct the commission to conduct a comprehensive impact assessment on every existing initiative created through the Safety and Justice Challenge, initiatives at the City of Tucson and the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Department, and community jail reform efforts. These assessments should estimate the projected
Your
impacts.
time's expired. If you want to go ahead and give the written comments to staff.
You got it.
Roger
Thank you.
Score?
Wow, have you ever seen the movie Apocalypse Now? When Marlon Brando is washing his head and going, the horror of it. You guys are scary. You guys killed the First Amendment. You reduced us from 3 minutes to 2 minutes because you can't even take our words. They're so damaging to what you do. You've attacked the Second Amendment. Rex, here's the 10th Amendment. The power is not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. Now, I know you think local control, counties, cities, everybody should have the right to govern our life. But there's a reason the Constitution's written that way. It's so people like you don't take away our rights. The government gives us no rights. It only says which rights it shall infringe on. And there is no immigrants coming across that border illegally. Those are an invasion force. That's an invasion against us. And we got a right to arm ourselves against it. As a military veteran, I am insulted to sit here and hear something as divisive as a racist anthem. That was a disgrace. And if you want to know who the most famous, profitable African American is in history, it's Elon Musk. So when you say African American, nobody's more African American than him.
Constable Vasquez, followed by Angie Anderson, Tim Locks, and Joel Terabit? Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Board. I'm under the weather.
I submitted some health records to show I was given short notice about the hearing on my case late Thursday afternoon, so I've only have maybe half or 2/3 of it. What I'm going through and from a serious car accident a year and a half ago, and somehow I still deal and do my job and my duty. So I just ask you to postpone the session until I get more all of my information in a fair amount of time. That's about it.
Thank you. Angie Anderson?
Good morning. Angie Anderson. The task of tracking Administrator Lesher's convoluted thought processes involving the illegals is like herding cats. At the 2/6/24 Board of Supervisors meeting, Administrator Lesher concurred Pima County is receiving a fee for management of all the numerous illegal migrant support contracts. Details of the various fees will be provided at some later date. We are waiting. The 2/16/24 28-page memo from Jan Lesher details the exhaustion of federal funding for temporary sheltering and transportation for so-called legally processed asylum seekers. This memo indicates Pima County activity has escalated since April 2019 into a complex fiasco of our bleeding liberal supervisors hiding behind the title of fiscal agents on behalf of the state and federal government colluding to undermine the safety and sovereignty of Pima County and our country. The 28-page Lesher memo provides a wide variety of options developed by Pima employees to continue supporting illegals and ends with Lesher's recommendation to not fund anything. Where in all this in-depth activity are the options to demand the state and federal agencies to close our Arizona border to this illegal traffic? Your contact needs to know Pima County is not acting as their puppet any longer. As you stated, it appears street releases in our communities appear imminent. I hope they find your street first.
Tim Locke?
Good morning. 109,000 active voters with no vote history. 65,000 of those are on the active early vote list. This is a tremendous waste of tax dollars for ballots that likely won't even be, that are sent out to Pima County, likely will not be voted. There's an active voter who's on the roll that's 122 years old. That person moved to Washington State and died in 2019. There are 426 voters aged 101 or more. In the 2020 general election, 3,152 people were allowed to vote who registered after the 29-day cutoff. Rex Scott, likely you don't belong in that seat. In the 22 general election, 324 people were allowed to vote after the 29-day cutoff. This may have changed the outcome of the Secretary of State seat. In the 2023 election, 542 voters were allowed to vote inside the 29-day registration. That may have changed the outcome of the City of Tucson's salary hike. The maintenance of the voter rolls is shameful. Massive maladministration with the maintenance. HB 2862 allocated $6 million to county recorders. Pima County got $950,000. It says, money shall be used by the county recorders to review the accuracy of the voter registration rolls, including whether any registrations should be canceled pursuant to section 16165. Our county recorder submits this ridiculous budget expenditure, not even on letterhead, for items such as printing and microfilming.
Thank you. Doyle?
Cut the crap.
Terrapin? I'm sorry, followed by Reverend Tracy Howe, Corey Stevens, and Tiara Rainey. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Doyle Taraba. I'm here to criticize you all. And stop rolling your eyes at me, because I won't stand it. Y'all have done things wrong in this county. Texas has done it right. They slammed their border shut. There's no more drugs, there's no more diseases, no more illegals coming across the border. You need to do that in Pima County, and you need to do it today. I'm running my own timer here, so I might stop sooner than that. But in general, Dave Smith is correct. This last gentleman is correct. And Raph, he's really correct. I'm a veteran, and you have insulted me. Do you understand that? You have insulted me, and especially you, Rex. You have insulted the whole bunch of us. And Matt Hines, why isn't he here? He's a coward. The only board member here that does things correctly is Mr. Steve Christie. And I'm going to borrow a couple of words from a famous man. Adelita Grijalva, you're fired. Rex Scott, you're fired. Dr. Matt Hines, you're fired. Dr. Sylvia Lee, you're fired. And Jan Lesher, you're fired. Thank you.
Reverend Tracy Howe.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm a minister with the United Church of Christ. We have 4 congregations spread across Pima County, and I also organize with a coalition of over 20 clergy and faith leaders who are dedicated, along with their congregations, to caring for the people that live here, that come through here, that are growing up here. I myself am raising a 14-year-old child. I want to express my support for your decision not to pursue building the new jail. We're encouraged by this. We're heartened by this. We're heartened by the way that you've listened to the community regarding this important issue. To remind you that we have one of the most deadly jails in the country, and this crisis remains. This morning, I want to remind you that a budget is a moral document, and that we actually have abundance here in Pima County. There is no shortage of knowledge and resources around how to build systems of care for people in this place that we call home. And I urge you greatly to continue to pursue a vision of care and flourishing for all people and abundance, and to know that you have the partners to actually make this come true. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey Stevens.
Alarming information being reported by James O'Keefe. He had an illegal alien whistleblower infiltrate 2 locations here dealing with illegals and NGOs. First, Casa Alitas and the Ramada Inn. Caesar was able to infiltrate and stay for an extended amount of time and pose as an asylee. He spoke with numerous illegals gathering intel, such as illegals lying about having sponsors, Casas Alitas purchasing airline tickets for illegals when they don't have sponsors, or finding sponsors for them before they ship them out. Casas Alitas is violating fire codes and cramming 7 to 10 illegals into one room at a time. Then he infiltrated the No More Deaths camp in Arivaca run by the Universalist Unitarian Church and No More Deaths, Humane Borders, whom Pima County has funded. The camp appears to have extreme cartel ties, and the whistleblower illegal Caesar was almost trafficked. He was told he could pay $300 to be driven to Phoenix. His harrowing stay in that camp was met with machine guns and no humanitarian aid whatsoever. The events were brought to the attention of Congressman Tom Terry, who sits on the Judiciary Committee. He was reporting how illegals are trashing our federal lands. NGOs and illegals are leaving behind tons of trash in their makeshift camps and traipsing through our desert, leaving trails of blankets, carpet, shoes, diapers, and trash. Where are all the environmental Nazis who are subject? And the congressman then went to the Ramada Inn and was denied access. Shame on you, Adelita, for using Pima County Sheriff resources to provide security for these illegal facilities. Catholic Community Services has $16 million. They should provide their own security. When the funds run out and street releases begin, I would highly caution against using our funds.
Sarah Rainey, followed by Isa Mundo and Drew Fellows. And Lauren.
Hello. Surprisingly, I'm here today to share my support for several of the recommendations outlined by Administrator Lesher in her February 13th memo on the Pima County Adult Detention Center Blue Ribbon Commission. Slowing this reactionary process down, looking to incorporate more community stakeholders, and most of all, acknowledging that we can't talk increasing jail beds before exploring decarceration are all critically important next steps. However, I must insist that in whatever future planning the Board of Supervisors does, that it moves away from any model that seeks to make the jail something that is not, a service provider. The hundreds of millions of dollars being proposed to improve the jail would be better spent on interventions we know would be more fundamentally impactful to disrupting the cycle of criminalization, including the creation of more low-barrier, affordable housing. The community wants better for Tucson. We know that pouring more money into cages does not provide the outcomes that so many are claiming they desire. Continually investing into the jail does not make our community safer, but rather increases the cycle of poverty, trauma, and violence. We know that we simply cannot incarcerate our way out of houselessness and substance use disorders. Pima County has the opportunity to rise to the great needs being demonstrated and create substantial policies and community resources that seek to address root causes rather than wasting more money on bottomless non-solutions like a bigger or better jail. Thank you.
Thank you. Isa Mundo. And if I've called your name and you want to come up here, that would be very helpful. So Drew Fellows, Lauren, I think it's Beal or Bell, and Ray Winch.
Hello, my name is Isa Mundo. I'm from Stand Up Fight Back, and I'm organizing alongside No New Jails. I thank you for pushing back the construction of a new jail in Pima County that would only exacerbate systemic issues. These issues require an overhaul of what we consider justice and a commitment to developing and bettering our community. The Blue Ribbon Commission's words both its report and public survey to an intentionally weaponized language in a manner that is inherently deceitful, relying on artfully reworded phrases that lead to the same conclusion. Pima County administration would rather expand the carceral system than work on preventative measures. To show how misled the community can be by this weaponization of terminology, me and a group of alumni from the U of A came together to provide qualitative data analysis on the free responses written in the survey sent out by the BRC. I will be giving a brief rundown of what we found. Out of all the survey responses, about 50% of people did not comment, but of the 935 free response, about 60% of responses voiced concerns or hesitancy about the Pima County jail proposals. Some trends mentioned within the data: wanting improvements in internal services, desire for outside resources and integration, systemic change, distrust in the county, concern with taxation, modernization, and negative personal experiences. Me and my group have emailed graphical representation of the data collected, as well as a raw CSV file with the appropriate legend and labels assigned to each comment in our analysis. In this sample, there's a large divide of those in favor of the proposal and others misled in the belief that this unnecessary taxation and construction will actually improve humane conditions. Demonstrated here is a lack of transparency. Despite some disgustingly unempathetic commentary, there is an even greater outcry of people that believe we are missing some fundamental infrastructure that can reduce the people in the jails, that is more proactive than reactive, that fosters positive change rather than continuing the downward spiral into a police state. I hope that you all have the sense to realize that your atrocious recommendations are not favorable to the public.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Drew Fellows.
Hello, good morning, supervisors. My name is Drew Fellows. I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation and also organizing in the No New Jail Coalition. Firstly, I want to thank Administrator Lesher for the memo that she had wrote advocating for the need to not build a new jail. Spending $1 billion, close to $1 billion on carcerality is inhumane, and we are seeing so many cascading crises here in Pima County, like those principled and unprincipled who have spoken before me about the increasing border insecurity crisis that we're facing, the sheer amount of despair we're seeing on the border, that we're seeing in our own streets with various crises like addiction to drugs and over-policing in our communities as well. And frankly, the solution that so many people have indicated in the public comment survey by the Blue Ribbon Commission states that we do not need a new jail. We need money for jobs. We need money for healthcare. We need money for education. And I want to ask the board if we're willing to spend close to $1 billion on locking up human beings for crimes that they may or may not have committed. Why are we not putting that money to actually prevent the root cause of crime itself? And lastly, we really need to keep listening to those that have been seriously impacted by Pima County Jail, those who have actually lost life and limb, family members who have lost their loved ones in jail. We need to keep them centered at this. And they are also saying we do not need a new jail. We need to depopulate. And so we are very excited to see this upcoming commission that is going to investigate depopulation. And we hope that the trend continues and we fight for providing the people their needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren? Theo? Bell? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lauren Bial. I'm a staff attorney at the American Civil Liberties Union of Arizona. But before that, I practiced as a Pima County public defender for 4.5 years. So I have spent a great deal of time at the Pima County Adult Detention Center. And I'm here to oppose any additional construction of a new jail, any expansion of the jail. My very first client as a public defender was sentenced to a year, and less than 48 hours after he arrived at the Pima County Jail, he was dead. He was found unresponsive in his cell. He was transported to the hospital where he died. His wife never got to say goodbye to him because he was completely incapacitated. The jail never explained to us what had happened to him or how it was preventable. Our jail is deadlier than Rikers Island, and new construction, a new building isn't going to solve that because the problem has nothing to do with the building. Do you all know that the Pima County Jail population is arranged by race? Do you know that violence is a method of imposing control? Do you know that corrections officers make inmates fight each other? Do you know about the abysmal mental health care and medical care? Do you know about the rampant use of solitary confinement, which is a form of torture? Do you know that people with chronic illnesses like hepatitis C are routinely denied treatment? I had multiple clients who watched their cellmates die, waiting and calling for help in that jail. A new jail facility will not fix any of these problems. The only solution is for us to find alternatives to throwing members of our community away into jail cells. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray Winch, followed by Jesse Farrell, Marion Chandler, and Andrea Curtis. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ray Winch. I'm a resident of Pima County. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us today. Everyone deserves to be safe, to have a safe home, clean water, nourishing food, accessible and high-quality medical care and transportation, nourishing relationships and opportunities to thrive. The safest places in America don't have more police, more jails, and harsher sentences. They don't spend nearly $1 billion of public funds to lock away more of our county's residents. I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors for recently voting to support the Prosperity Initiative, which will make a genuine difference in making Pima County a place where people can thrive with investments in housing, early childhood education, and healthcare. Today, you have the opportunity to take another stand for genuine, safe, and prosperous Pima County by rejecting the proposal of the Blue Ribbon Commission to spend nearly $1 billion of taxpayers' funds for a new jail. We already spend way too much of our public funds on the carceral system. According to Pima County's own statistics from Justice Services, the justice system costs represent almost 1/3 of all tax-funded services. 1/3 of that money could be going to things that are actually providing for thriving communities. Yet, quote, data shows the threat use of jail does not discourage substance use, but actually increases the overdose risks. Pima County Justice Services asserted that one of the dominant ways we can reduce arrests is to increase access to housing for people who've been involved in the carceral system. Rather than funding for a new jail and expanding arrests, I asked the Board of Supervisors to support using our public funds for the public good, for housing, for mental health services, for respectful and decriminalized detox facilities, for opportunities to thrive. Thank you in advance for voting against the Blue Ribbon Commission proposal for a new jail and against any future jail expansion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jesse Farrow? Jesse? Okay, Marion Chandler? Andrea Curtis? Thank you. We'll hold these other two if they're not in the room and if anyone knows them. Just really quickly, if I can ask Christopher Thomas, Molly Block, and Christine Garino to please come up. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Andrea Curtis. I'm the daughter of Ken Curtis, who is a pastor of Silverbell Grace Brethren Church for over 50 years. Unfortunately, several years ago, my father started to develop Alzheimer's, and he had been the one to always renew our nonprofit status. My mother and I started trying to take care of, besides trying to take care of him, started trying to take care of the business side of the church, and we did know that we needed to file with the Arizona Corporate Commission, but we never got any sort of notice about anything else we needed to do to renew our nonprofit status. So a few weeks ago in January, my mother got a statement saying that they had sold a lien on our church and they were going to foreclose on our church. And we didn't even know. We had no idea that any of this was happening. So we quickly started getting papers together and kept coming down here to the clerk of the board and to the assessor's office and giving in all the paperwork. But they still said that in February they were going to foreclose. So they said we needed to come before the Board of Supervisors to have all of those years that were not filed nonprofit taken care of. So I'm coming to you and asking you to please right this wrong. They said that if all of those years are not taken care of, that they will foreclose. It has to be all of the years. So I'm just asking for your mercy on us. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Thomas?
Thank you so much, folks. Good morning. And glad folks are being pleasant at this time of the day. I'm here as a representative of Sonoran Prevention Works. We're a statewide harm reduction organization, and several of us live here in Tucson. We've provided services here in Tucson for quite a while, and we have a mission of building a healthy Arizona with people who use drugs. And one of those people is me. I have a long history of chaotic substance use, including several stays in the Pima County Jail, and I can tell you that it's a terrible place. And I got high as soon as I got out of there every single time because I was not directed towards any services. There was nothing provided to me except for punishment. So we have, I'm not going to bore you with a bunch of statistics or anything like that, although these folks are coming to you with solutions in hand. They are working with these organizations, sometimes not being paid, to come up with solutions to come and present to you. And you may think that these solutions are wild, they may be crazy. Well, I can tell you, a small nonprofit with a staff of 3 was told the same thing about layperson distribution of naloxone. And how many thousands of lives have been saved by Sonoran Prevention Works working with community partners to distribute naloxone across the state. We were the ones that did that with the help of the community. And now look, it's everywhere. So if you folks are sitting there and you're thinking, well, this is not possible, Just Communities Arizona, COWS, all these different groups, without you even asking them, have been out supporting their communities in accessing the social determinants of health. So it's time to fund them to do that work. And we will be happy to provide technical assistance and training and anything else that you might need. And we've done that for the Pima County Sheriff's Department, who still requests training, yet refuses to distribute naloxone within the Pima County Jail.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Molly Block. And our last 3 speakers are Christine Carino, Robin Ford, and Bill Lake.
Good morning. I'm Molly. I'm here as a person who lives on this land and as a Jewish clergy person at that. I'm led by my faith to trust in the capacity of ourselves to care for each other. And I want to, as I often do when I'm here, unexpectedly start with a breath. I want to invite all of you that I'm looking at and all of the people behind me, comfortably or uncomfortably, take a breath in these 2 minutes that I have. Breath is our capacity to connect with our imagination, our capacity to inhale, to exhale, to contract and expand. I'm grateful for the ways that you are expanding what your capacity is as the Board of Supervisors, as a governing body for us, for our people. Thank you for your movements beyond and away from the Blue Ribbon Commission's 2 harrowing recommendations. I can see the path we are walking towards offering our people what we need to keep us all safe. We are not dogs. To punish humans does not sustainably, intergenerationally keep us safe. We've seen that. Where we are now is because of this carceral punishment path. I am proud, honored, surprised, elated to be here walking a different path with you all. And thank you for showing us that you can take a different path and that you are willing to listen to the people, to support the people, to offer the people, all of us here, what we need to be safe, and knowing what is on the docket. This is not just for prisons and jails. This is for detention centers, for all
Thank
people.
you. Christine Carino.
Hey, good morning. My name's Christine, and I am community mom, and I am here because I think $858 million for a new jail is insanity. Let's not forget that Nanos is over budget, and also that he did fire a lot of correction officers due to the COVID mandate. I think that our jail is the worst jail at the moment here in Arizona. I feel that Nanos should be asking to fix the mental health in the facility and having more supervision and more surveillance of all inmates and also correction officers. A lot of people have passed away, maybe more than 40, 50, who knows, maybe even more since he took office, many, many more. He also got a raise of 7.5% last year, so I don't know how Christopher Nanos wants a brand new jail that is costing us taxpayers $158 million. What he needs to think about is how he's gonna fix what is going on right now at the moment. Arresting inmates, making sure who is mental health inmate, who is a suicide inmate, or who is detoxing and having chronizing pneumonia and sick from coming off of fentanyl. Let's not forget about the big blue elephant in the room, which is fentanyl. and xylazine. What the correction officers need to do is get retrained in that facility. They need to get checked, x-rayed as well, just like all the inmates. All the correction officers need to do the same. I'm just a community mom, and everything I see is because I've toured the jail, or I've gone to visit family members, or I've been there myself. Also, I just want everybody to know we have to come together and be one. We cannot be having correction officers be friends with inmates, or inmates be friends with nurses or anything like that. You guys have to go in there and make sure we don't get an $858 million jail. Unacceptable. Rest in peace to all the inmates. Thank you.
Robin Ford.
Good morning, everyone. I want to speak on behalf of Silverbell Grace Brethren Church. Little disclaimer, they do not know me. I do not know them. But I listen and watch, and I came across their situation, and I am very compelled to speak for them a little bit. So if you're following along in your agenda, the item that's listed for number 12, pursuant to ARS Code 43-11109E, is actually ARS Code 42, I know you all know that already, 42-11109E. Silverbell Grace Brethren Church can petition to be relieved under this ARS code for county taxes due. And I believe, digging into their situation, that they have been communicating with due diligence and are willing to work with Pima County on this. In Arizona, the churches are exempt from property taxes unless they fail to file on time each year. In her petition to the Pima County Board of Supervisors, Mrs. Curtis, the pastor's wife, describes the hardship the church has had since her husband fell ill and they began the spiral into delinquency on paying their taxes. They have been diligent, however, in filing with the Arizona Corporation Commission, believing that this was all that was required to get their tax relief. So Pima County offers a valuation relief program, and they have filed their paperwork to qualify for this. And the church, I believe, is doing everything they can to be relieved of this tremendous financial failure that is coming, and they don't want to lose their church. They don't want to lose the network of communication that they have as believers. And I just recommend that you all have compassion on these people today and go ahead and give them that opportunity. Thank you.
Bill Lake. Constable. And Constable Lake is our last speaker, unless there's someone else that puts in a card.
Honorable Chair Grijalva, honorable members of the board. I use that term because honorable is given to us as elected officials because we have the moral obligation to represent the people that elected us. We also have the statutory obligation to serve the people that elected us. Not just the people that elected us, all the constituents of Pima County or in our precincts. If one of the board members did not show up for 6 months, did not offer any excuse for why they did not show up, did not give any documentation for why they did not show up, they would be removed from office. In addendum number 1, I had submitted paperwork to the Pima County to have Oscar Vasquez removed from office for failure to appear, for dereliction of duty, for abandonment of his job. I discussed this with them, and I also discussed it with the Constable's Ethics Standards Board. So, and you will address that on addendum 1. So it's not a personal issue. It is statutory. It is honor as per our title, and it is our obligation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, I'll go ahead and close the call to the public and ask my colleagues if anyone wishes to have staff respond to a matter, respond to a criticism, or ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. Yes, Administrator Lesher, if we could look into the issue of solitary confinement that was brought up in our county jails. I just want to understand, excuse me, maybe over the last few years, how many individuals have gone into solitary and for how long? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Okay. With that, I would like to ask for a moment of silence. We lost a dear community member, Marion Lee Pickens, on February 8th, 2024. I believe we have a slide. Yeah, Pickens represented Southern Arizona in the Arizona House of Representatives from 1990 to 1992, 1994 to 2002. She also was a teacher, very active in our community. And I'm just a GASA volunteer for 14 years. And I'd like to ask for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Ms. Pickens is survived by her children, 5 grandchildren, 4 great-grandchildren, and a celebration of her life will be held at St. Matthew's Episcopal Church on March 16th. Thank you all. With that, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a quick 10-minute restroom break, if that's okay, and then we'll come back. Thank you.
Test, test.
Test, test.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and get started. If I can ask everyone to please have a seat. Okay, so executive session, we don't have any. And then approval, since I was going to move some stuff around, but approval of the consent calendar. I'll go ahead and move that.
Second. Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
I would like to pull and address one item, please.
Which item is that? Or did you want to do that before we, or do you want to vote for everything except for that?
No, what I'm asking for on approval of the consent calendar is to pull item 4, which is the Fair Horse Racing Commission, the new report. We are being given a new report adopted by the Fair Horse Racing Commission. We don't have a red-line version of what was corrected. There is nothing to compare it to. I would ask that we continue this until we are given what was corrected and what amendments and changes were made in a red-line form.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Administrator Lesher, is this the creation of bylaws that they didn't have any? So there isn't a red line item because they didn't have bylaws before?
That is correct.
Okay.
So this is a whole new document?
Correct.
It's based on nothing in the past. It's all generated brand new.
By the commission themselves have requested that they develop bylaws for the operations of the commission that have not existed before and brought them to this board for consideration.
So they have not existed before, and this is a whole new generation?
That is correct.
Very well. Thank you.
Any other issues? Can we go ahead and we have a motion, a second for the entire consent? Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes. I'm sorry, Supervisor Hines, did you put a thumb up? I missed it. Okay, great, thank you. Item passes 5-0. Thank you. Item 9 has been postponed to the March 5th. I'm sorry, is that right? Okay, great. And then what I'm going to do is go to item 11, and that is the Blue Ribbon Commission final report, and turn it over to Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva and members of the board. We do have some slides to walk through that we felt it would be the easiest way to walk through what a brief history of the commission, the recommendations of the commission, and then the recommendations that I'm bringing forward today. Thank you. That, as you can see, the next week, if you recall, there was a 10-member commission that was tasked, the next page, with reviewing a variety of information gathered, and they were really specifically charged with looking at 3 areas, if you will. At the next page, they assessed, were asked to look at the current conditions at the jail. As you recall, there were questions about whether or not, exactly whether it was in crisis or not, what we needed to do to look at not only the current needs of the jail, but what kind of designs or capacity improvements we might need with the construction of a new jail. The commission was also asked to look at the best practices, standards, and other factors operations due to the changes in the best practices. For us, when we looked at a new jail, it meant not only the physical limitations potentially of a jail, but new in terms of how it might operate. And third, what funding options might be available to the county if there was a decision or recommendation to move forward. Thank you. And just a reminder, if I may, in the next slides, the commission was chaired by Danny Sharp. Many of you know Danny Sharp. He's the former police chief out in the Oro Valley Police Department, and a total of 10 individuals broke into 3 working groups. Next slide, please. Facilities, operations, and finance. The list is before you, but as you can see, it's a variety of individuals from private sector, individuals who used to work at the jail. We have people such as Pastor Grady Scott, individuals from the community, as well as the business sector as well. We're involved in the facilities working group, operations working group, and finance working group. Next slide, please. They had a variety of meetings. They did meet, excuse me, over about 10 months. They held some public hearings. They held a public survey and made the final recommendations. I know for many of us, I think there was a concern that this took a long time. And I know there has been some concern about that. As we remembered, we asked 10 individuals, all of whom were volunteers, most of whom had other day jobs, to focus on this, and in addition to taking a full month to allow the survey to be out in the public. So we're thrilled that it is back. Obviously, when you're looking at something as significant as the potential for hundreds of millions of dollars in the operations of the jail, it does take a bit of time to review that. And if I may, if you've all have access to the commission report, I hope it is available online. But next page, if you start looking at the executive summary, page 17, I've highlighted a few of the commission's findings. The Blue Ribbon Commission came back with insufficient evidence to characterize the current situation as a crisis, and that is, did not believe it was a crisis related to the construction of the facility. Did indicate the jail facilities exceeded their useful life in many areas, that there were design deficiencies that limit the full benefits of direct supervision. The design of healthcare, mental health, and detoxification units were determined by the Commission to be obsolete. A recurring dedicated source of funding for maintenance improvements is needed, per the Commission. The jail is incarcerating more people than for which it was designed. Overcrowding is occurring in notable areas such as detoxification, healthcare, and the mental health units, and the jail population numbers are impacted by many external, actually, rather than causal, I believe that is causal factors. So thank you. And then they began to look at a variety of those elements and then came up with 8 recommendations. Again, if you have the full commission report, it's provided on page 17 and 18 of the commission's report to us. 1, the jail facility improvements are necessary regardless of the jail population. Number 2, expert professional assistant is required to evaluate building conditions, define the options for remediating problems, develop cost estimates, and assess operational impacts. Conduct a comprehensive assessment of the criminal justice system to identify measures to reduce the inmate population. They've also recommended that we initiate a process to program, design, fund, and construct those necessary jail improvements. They've recommended that we appoint a commission to research proven methodologies of reducing jail populations and propose changes to public policy, legislation, criminal justice services, and community-based services. The recommendation is to identify a multifaceted approach that includes both improvements to the jail as well as focus on minimizing jail population. They believe that we need to involve the community in any discussion on potential funding mechanisms and ask that the board levied taxes or direct result of a tax levied by this board should be absolutely an option of last resort. So I reviewed what I'm sure many in this room did, which is a very significant, lengthy report. To me, there are several conclusions that pop out of the report. One is that addressing jail conditions is not simply about addressing the physical facility itself, and that a multifaceted strategy, is needed to really modernize the facility so that we encourage public safety, in addition to rehabilitation, cost savings, and reintegration into the community. I believe that based on the work of the commission and the public who's responded, we need to, first of all, address the physical infrastructure, because we do need to ensure that the facilities are safe and that they are, the next page, please, right-sized, clean, and conducive to the population. We need to really implement programs aimed at reducing recidivism, a concern at the jail. We need to look at the criminal justice system to address sentencing policies, gaps, and alternatives to incarceration for those nonviolent offenders. We would like to look at supporting the reintegration of post-release with community partnerships and promote accountability and transparency in all of our systematic issues. With that, the report that I have forwarded to the board includes 4 recommendations. The first is that we contract with a third-party consultant to really initiate a high-level feasibility study on the conditions of the jail. As the sheriff has indicated, the Blue Ribbon Commission reported, and others have seen, there are some basic physical needs that we need to look at the jail in order to maintain current safety. And then we need to begin to really understand what would it mean to look at a master plan or a development should an additional jail be required in the future, or an expansion or improvements to the current jail. We need to, I would like to include review for inclusion in the proposed budget, an increase in the funding to the Correctional Health Services contract. It is the contract that is funded through the Behavioral Health Unit that provides for the mental, dental, and behavioral health services to those who are in the facility today. Also recommending that we establish a new commission with an expanded charter. And actually, the initial charter, as we indicated, really focused on 3 limited areas. We hope now to look at an expanded charter that we will bring back to this board that really looks at not only the need to develop and consider possible jail improvements, but how do we also lower the need for bed capacity? Part of the concern we have at this point is we're taking initial population today and simply assuming that those population trends continue into the future, thus establishing the need for the number of beds. How do we ensure that we look at not only what might be required, but what it is we can do to lower bed capacity at the same time? And incorporate those specific programmatic proposal to reduce jail populations. Again, that's not just this board, it's not just the budget, it's obviously looking at other parts of the criminal justice system, some of our procedural changes. And then finally, a recommendation to really look at a finance working group in that should there be a desire for either jail improvements, an expanded jail, and or increased services to the jail, we are looking at costs that may easily exceed the dollars provided within the general fund. Most of our partners, or most of the other counties throughout the state of Arizona, have specified funding sources, be they jail district tax or bonds. And we think that it would be important to not only provide funding for the facility itself, but the programmatic issues, and would look at the recommendation of a group to look at what others are doing and what long-term financing might be. And if I may, Chair Goody-Hall and members of the board, Diana Durasso is here. I'd like to highlight Diana. She has been the key staff person for the Blue Ribbon Commission for this last 10 months, and thank her very much for her support. We have others of the staff who are not with us today, but worked on the survey, worked on some of those analysis as well. So happy to answer any questions, but I know that Ms. Durazo and others are here as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? One of the things that I want to make sure we really focus on, and it was actually one of the recommendations of a speaker as well, is when we're looking at a comprehensive analysis and evaluation and reaching out to community members and community organizations to make sure that we have people who are providing that service at the table and part of that commission. I think it's really critical to have people that are serving the population that we're trying to address services, and it's just so critical to have people that have been a part of those programs to let us know what is relevant, what is working, and what isn't working. It reminds me of something that came up when I was interviewed about drug use at the libraries, and I had 3 people who identified as former addicts tell me, if you put a black light in those bathrooms, then we can't see veins, and so you might not have people using in those bathrooms. I would have never thought of that ever, and nobody else that I know of had thought of it, because that's not something that we'd looked at. So I think that it's important that we talk about some of the solutions that might be out there, and that's just one example. I'm not talking about that specifically for this. It just sort of highlighted to me the importance of having people at the table that have been that have gone through different programs and what's worked and what isn't, and making sure that those programs continue to be relevant. Part of the other is prevention. That's not really spoken about a lot, is looking at how are we helping our youngest in our community stay away from, drugs or behavior that will get them involved in the juvenile justice system, investing more money in those diversion programs for young people and also diversion programs for our adult population. And I think that we all need to remember, depending on what recommendations and some of the report, we see inmates a lot, but 80+% of the people that are in our jail are detained there and have not been convicted of a crime. So I think it's important that we look at that as well, because, when I did the tour, there is definite signs of deferred maintenance, a lot of structural issues that were shown to me, and I'm sure other supervisors that went through the tour look like it's just issues that have not been addressed. It is a very dark and oppressive space for detainees and for staff. And so I can't imagine that mental health on either side of whether you work at the jail or at a detainee at the jail. It's very oppressive. I left there feeling like this would be a very difficult space to be in and day out. And then how do we make sure that the transition center has the proper staffing that is needed in order to continue to do that work and provide those kind of wraparound services that we hope will reduce recidivism. So I just feel it's really important to have people that are part of these programs and people who are formerly detained at the jail to help us understand what is it that works and doesn't work. Content experts, I think, is important. Subject experts is important. And when we look at some of the other, look at funding, and I don't want to automatically increase funding for correctional health services until I understand clearly what it is, how they're utilizing the funding that they've already been allocated. And because 21% of our overall county budget is in the sheriff's department. 21%, 41% if you include all of legal services. That's a significant investment, and I think that as someone who's being asked to make decisions about the budget, I want to understand how you're utilizing the funding that you already have before we continue to invest more. Those, I think, I really appreciate Administrator Lesher talking about, national standards and best outcomes. I think that's really important, but I also know that there have been some modifications to the jail that don't really align with how it was originally designed. So I think that that's important, and looking at underutilized spaces and how are we capitalizing on the space that we already have and the footprint that we already have to increase some of the care that is being provided for detainees that are had people had access to preventative and community health before being detained, they wouldn't need the kind of services that are now critical and long-term health, like require long-term care and are a consequence of long-term deferred, not having regular healthcare checkups, not being able to access a dentist on a regular basis. And so I think that's why we see some of the huge increases, is because what we're dealing with is some people who haven't seen a doctor in 10 or 15 years and have really critical health needs that our jails were not built to address. So I feel like partnering with our community health, like El Rio and other programs, is really critically important to try to provide that sort of preventative and loop around. And I think with that, I'll go ahead and stop and see if anyone else wanted to say a few words. Supervisor
Grijalva? Chair. I do have a couple of things I'd like to also mention. I was being new, I was very fortunate to Steve Holmes, Deputy Administrator Holmes, took me to the transition center at the at the jail there, and I saw the makeshift facilities there. They're doing quite a bit, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what I heard is this program has helped reduce the number of misdemeanors actually in the jail to only 5%. Is that correct? Okay. So programs such as the Transition Center, when I met with, and I also, Kate Vesley, talked about that. I'd really like to see that these two individuals be very involved, because if anybody knows the system, Kate and her team would know the system. I would also say that Presiding Judge Bergen, when I met with him, talked about the STEPS program that they've implemented. So we've got some best practices that we are starting, and I know we're looking at more. But when I met with Presiding Judge Bergen, he talked about, and Kate knew about this program too, about Miami-Dade best practices, that they went and actually visited this. So I would say, let's do some research beforehand and say, what are the best practices out there for us to look at? And so that's all I want to say. I just want to say we've got some great people here at the county that we need to involve.
Thank you.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. I want to refer my colleagues, I'm sure you all have a copy of this, to a memorandum dated December 15, 2023, from Superior Court Judge Jeff Bergen. And Judge Bergen appeared before us 4 days after we got this memorandum, and I had a number of questions for him, and I put those questions in writing to the county administrator, and in an email dated January 1st. I'll admit I typed it while I was watching the Bowl Championship Series, and I've yet to receive a response. It's been over 6 weeks. And frankly, I'm surprised and disappointed by that. But that's okay, because I think the issue that we were dealing with that day, which was the intergovernmental agreement dealing with initial appearances, and these recommendations from both the Blue Ribbon Commission and the county administrator, are two topics that are very much connected, very much connected. So I'm going to refer directly to the third recommendation from the Blue Ribbon Commission and also the third recommendation from the county administrator. It was mentioned in the report from the Blue Ribbon Commission that over 90% of the people who are incarcerated in the jail are charged with felonies. However, it was pointed out in the report that we received from Just Communities Arizona that 55% of that 90% are there for nonviolent offenses. And if you go back to Judge Bergen's memo, and I'm going to read the second question, Ms. Lesher, in the email that I sent to you January 1st. The memorandum from Judge Bergen cites the 4 areas of bail outcomes where data should be collected. The first, third, and fourth items on that list apply to people arrested for felonies, and they are people who have been detained preventatively and or are unable to secure release due to a financial condition of bail, people who are arrested for 1 or more violent felony charges, and people arrested for 1 or more felony charges who have been released with the condition they be monitored by pretrial services and are rearrested for new felony charges which occurred during the time they are supervised by pretrial services. What we were told is the report says that pretrial services can, quote, coordinate the reporting in the above categories for defendants with felony charges. And I said, It would be helpful to have that data when the board is considering the recommendations from the Blue Ribbon Commission regarding the existing jail and whether a new facility is needed. I am therefore requesting that the Board of Supervisors receive this data at the time that we consider those recommendations, but we don't have it, even though we were told back in December that pretrial services can generate that data for us. So I hope that, along with the other items I'm going to mention, Ms. Lesher, can be incorporated into the charter for the commission, the new commission that you're recommending. My sixth question was, how will the new presiding magistrate address concerns raised by the board and the community about excessive bail being imposed during initial appearances? Shouldn't this topic be addressed by the working group, the Superior Court Working Group, given its charge? I think that's something that needs to be addressed by this new commission. Question number 7. On May 2nd of last year, the board heard from Deputy County Administrator Holmes regarding the concept of a consolidated warrant resolution center and its possible development. He said this entity could help to deal with the burgeoning number of failure to appear cases. A center could bring in judges and prosecutors to work in partnership. Can the work group and county administration look into moving this concept forward, given that failure to appear concerns remain substantial and significant? And I want to thank Mr. Holmes because I know he has already had discussions with Justice Court about doing a warrant resolution center with Justice Court, but I think that's something that needs to be discussed as well. And then my 8th question was, I forwarded an email to you, that's to Ms. Lesher, on December 20th that was sent to me the day before by Amelia Kramer, who is a former deputy county attorney. It included the following language. The board also has an interest in avoiding liability in litigation that could be brought against the administrators of the courts, the city, and the county on behalf of arrestees improperly detained on bail, known and intended to be excessive, not only by the judges handling initial appearances who are imposing bail, but also by the administrative judges aware that excessive bail is a pervasive practice with code amounts shared among judges such as $2,499 and $999 for homeless people. I've been trying before this report, since this report, to get a sense of not just the means for potentially reducing the jail population. I'm just trying to get a sense of the composition of the jail population. And it is almost impossible to determine that composition, and it's made deliberately impossible. And we cannot possibly consider these two topics, the IGA for initial appearances and the recommendations from both you, Ms. Lesher, and the Blue Ribbon Commission separately. They have to be considered together, and I ask that the charter for a new commission take these considerations into account. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Thank you. Any other? Supervisor Christie.
Yes. The Blue Ribbon Commission, and they did really tremendous work. I mean, these are private citizens for the most part, elected officials for the most part, in addition to the private citizens. They spent hours and hours under very adverse conditions with a lot of controversy raging one way or the other. And they devoted and donated their time to the community to try to address this issue. And they need to be applauded and acknowledged, and I do that right now. However, going back to their commission report, they gave 5 alternatives or pathways to address the jail situation. 3 of them they deemed infeasible or not feasible. 2 of them they deemed feasible. One was to remodel and add to current existing facilities in addition to building more new facilities. That was one. And then the final one was to build a whole new complex in and of itself. The first one with enhancing what we have and fixing what we have came to roughly somewhere around $650 million. The complete new jail construction was well north of $850. Which one did they recommend?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, they did not.
What was the purpose of the commission? If they can't come up with a recommendation, they give several examples of what needs to be done, but then they are charged with coming up with a solution, and they do not. That's my issue. And to further enforce that, to your memorandum, Ms. Lesher, number one, after all of this time with the Blue Ribbon Commission, all their time, effort, and energy expended to come up with some kind of a solution to address the jail situation, which they did not. They offered two solutions. They chose neither one. In your, Madam Ms. Lesher, in your memorandum, number one, this is where we're going. After no final decision made by the commission, we are now facing with your suggestions after this of contracting with a third-party consultant to initiate a high-level feasibility study on the conditions of the Pima County Adult Detention Center and provide to them the commission's final report as part of the information. Why didn't we have this third-party consultant involved from the get-go at the ground floor when this was going on? Then we go down to number three.
Do you want me to answer that?
Not yet. Not
Okay.
yet. Then we go down to number three of your recommendations. Number three, starting words, establish a new commission. What did we just have? Then we go down to the next paragraph. The new commission will consider possible improvement alternatives that explore a lower bed capacity than projected. Why weren't they doing that with the regular Blue Ribbon Commission? Then the fourth one, create a county finance working group that can look further into county funding. Why wasn't that part of the commission? So now we're going to be doing what is the proverbial kick the can down the road with more commissions, more studies, more time by the community volunteers to come up with something that should have been addressed all along in the original commission. Moving from the fact that we're going to be dealing with more commissions, more blue ribbon panels, more input from various entities, now I'm thinking with all of these insertions that I'm hearing about how we need to address the jail situation, reduction of beds, reduction of sentences, reduction of the population, more programs in this area, more programs in that area. Who is responsible for running the jail? The sheriff, not the Board of Supervisors. So here we are pontificating with all of these great plans that we think are going to be so essential in reimagining jail activity, with reimagining incarceration activity, yet we have no authority to do it because it's under the purview of the sheriff. It says 80% of the jail population that is incarcerated now are there for felony charges. Those aren't light little, I smoked a couple of joints behind the Circle K type of infractions. These are felonies. And consequently, they need to be addressed as some serious issues that are coming through this. So my biggest problem is, why are we trying to tell the sheriff how to run his jail, which it is his jail, and try to insert new programs that really have no legal basis? And I would ask our county attorney representative to check into the legality of what the Board of Supervisors can insert in the actual running and the operations of the jail and the jail's policies. We have no authority in that. Now, we may not like the current sheriff, and certainly that's an issue too. Do we want a new jail under this new sheriff, or maybe a new jail but not under this sheriff? That's a whole other issue. But we're delving into areas of reimagining, recreating, reevaluating, incarcerating practices that we have no business in doing that. This is where the commission falls short, and the more we have these commissions that looks like there going to be a number of them coming up because we got no response or no conclusion from this Blue Ribbon Commission, we're going to be opening it up to a lot of diversion, a lot of distraction from special interest groups that want to insert certain regulations, certain policies, certain practices in the current jail and how the jail is operated. And it's going to be disruptive, just like they walked in, a special interest group, to a Blue Ribbon Commission, disrupted it, and they had to cancel it because of that disruption. There's going to be more opportunity for that to happen. There's going to be more issues that are not going to be able to be addressed because of that. And we're not sticking to the main course, which is to determine whether or not we need to fix the old jail or build the new one. All of these other discussions, all of these other programs and policies, they can come at a later time. I see no indication that the sheriff was consulted in this. I'm not going to lose any sleep over that. On the other hand, we have to be cognizant of the fact that the sheriff is a duly elected official, and he or she has the right to run and operate the jail as he or she sees fit. And we're getting involved in areas that I think will not only open us up to legal issues, but can also create problems internally for the sheriff's department. Granted, there are problems on both sides of the bars, but the Blue Ribbon Commission was not designed to address those, yet it got distracted into doing that, and here we have no conclusion, no final choices, and a history coming up of many more commissions, committees, bureaus that are going to look into this, and it'll never be addressed properly or quickly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Administrator Lesher, do you want to respond? I know.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I think, first of all, it is correct that our hope of the commission is that it would initially look at what the physical concerns were within the jail. If you recall, the sheriff came to this body and said we were in crisis and that there were significant concerns that were of a crisis proportion in the jail. As you note, the commission came back, did not have a resolution. I think one of the responsibilities that we have, even if the sheriff is running the jail, is that as the body that develops the budget for this organization, we can determine whether or not what is occurring in the jail from a the physical ramifications, the physical construction is safe to those who are in the jail, both working and are incarcerated. There are experts around the country who do this for a living. We're asking that they come in. There was determination.
And they weren't asked
There was
before?
a determination by the commission early on that they would conduct. We had already gone out to RFP. We began to look at whether there were consultants of this nature available, identified that there were. The commission felt that they would continue with their work before they made a recommendation about what needed to occur. Because there was not a conclusion, we are then recommending that they move forward that we move forward as a board in the county with that process to see what is in the basic safety, what needs to be done for the basic safety of those who are within the facility. And that's that first response. I think that as the commission began its deliberations, key to the conversation was the capacity of the jail. How many how many beds did we need? And if people were looking at determining in the future what the construction would look like, it was regarding the number of beds. That then very quickly expanded the conversation and the discussion at the request of the commission, and when they began to look at the operations of the organization of, do we simply begin to take today's population numbers, as I mentioned earlier, and project into the future and assume we will continue with today's rules and regulations, with today's lack of opportunities, and expand the number of jail beds? Or will there be other services and programs that can also be looked at that can simultaneously be evaluated to see what it is we need to do to decrease jail capacity at the time we're looking at what it is we need to construct the jail? And so that is why I think you saw the commission began to look in those other areas of concerns and ultimately came back, and I think we all recognize that while the initial direction was to look at how to construct a jail, it became clear very quickly that a key element of that was what was the size of the jail we would need to construct, and critical to that is what are we doing to deal with those, what are we doing to amend the population that is incarcerated? Hence the recommendation that we move into an expanded format from this point forward.
Madam Chair.
Let me call on Supervisor Hines,
Oh,
and then I'll call back. Thank you. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. Look, this isn't against any of the commission members. They've done I think they've done a lot of work and spent a lot of time on this. But this is a difficult subject, and I have to agree with a lot of the speakers we heard present their points of view, and I think we all appreciate that there are too many people in the jail. First and foremost, we have too many people in the jail. There are too many black and brown people in the jail specifically, but there are just in general too many people in the jail. We have seen that population reduced. The key to addressing new jail, modified jail, remodeling jail, like correctional, getting things up to date in terms of the way carceral systems are supposed to work, especially the health and behavioral health aspects. All of that is great, but none of it can really be addressed by this board, it is my belief, until we address the underlying problem with the overpopulation of the jail. And my colleagues have, I don't want to repeat everything everyone has said, but I would like to echo a lot of the remarks made by my colleagues at the dais. We have successfully reduced our jail population in the past. Thanks to the MacArthur Safety and Justice Challenge, we've seen that reduction, right? We're 18% lower between 2013 and 2019, 18% lower population in our jail, which the sheriff acknowledges, than we would have otherwise been had we not implemented those programs. We saw everybody come together, the county attorney's office, our presiding judge at the Superior Court, adult probation, all of the folks that contribute to the jail population came together during COVID, and we were able to safely reduce that jail population to, I believe, in the high 1200s for several months. So we know it's possible, and we know that we can do it if we all agree to do it. And I think it's the job of our board to figure out how to induce that. And we kind of have a pretty big thing, right? We have about the power of the purse string, which I don't hear anyone talking about. Supervisor Scott, if we aren't getting the data from the courts, then we may not be able to arrive at a budget for the Superior Court. We'll just have to go month to month. Congress does it all the time. So we'll approve budgets in 30-day increments until they get us the information they want. It's suboptimal, but being ignored again and again and again about these important issues cannot continue. So I do think we have the ability to address the jail population. I think we can look at a population of less than 1,000 going forward, maybe by 2030, and that should be our goal. And then all these other problems, where to put folks, how to put them there, how to safely monitor them, how they get health care, how they get all these other things, those don't fall away, but become much, much more, tackleable when we have a much more reasonable population. We have nearly 2/3, at least 60% is what I'm seeing, of the people in our jail are nonviolent. And the vast majority have been convicted of nothing, and they're still in the carceral system. So we have a lot to really look at here, and I don't want to take up everybody's time, but those are my thoughts, and I want to thank my colleagues.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie?
Madam Chair, thank you. Just to reiterate, I think the supervisors need to stay in their lane. We're going into areas that are not in our purview or responsibility. And unfortunately, the Blue Ribbon Commission, which did admirable work for many, many months, don't address that. A number of issues are not addressed as to which direction we go. So I guess my final question at this point, since we don't have a conclusion from the current Blue Ribbon Commission, and now we're being suggested that there's going to be a contract with a third-party consultant. We're going to establish a new commission. A new commission will consider possible improvement alternatives, and we're going to create a county finance working group. All of these should have been addressed from the beginning. They weren't. Now that we don't have a final conclusion, my question is, where do we go from here, and what are we going to do from here?
Administrator Lesher, did you want to? I mean, Administrator Lesher's put forward a plan. I think we all had some additions. I think the really critical piece is actually, we've all sort of brought up, is our concern with what kind of support. We can't provide direction to the courts or the sheriff. And so ultimately, our only real responsibility here is the purse strings, as Supervisor Hines outlined. But I do think that it's really critically important because our community is demanding that we do something. And so I feel like it's important for us to move forward. I'd like to ask Administrator Lesher if she felt like if there was any information provided by any of the supervisors that significantly changes the recommendation, any additions. Did you want to bring the item back and get some more input in order to really perhaps add to what the different commission might look like? I know that you did that in the past with this Blue Ribbon Commission, and I also think that it's important to note that we need the support of the Sheriff's Department in order to be able to go in to the jail and make recommendations. I mean, that is, as been noted, the sheriff is the elected person that is in charge of the jail, but we are in charge of the budget. So I think that puts us in a position where if we could compel people in theory to work together.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie, and then
before the county administrator responds to that, to add to the mix, could you, in your deliberations that you're about to give the public here, Ms. Lesher, could you tell us how much the commission, Blue Ribbon Commission, was allotted money-wise to operate? And secondly, could you tell us what the cost of this consultant might be, just so we have an idea of where we're going with this under your guidelines, in your memorandum?
Administrator Lesher.
Certainly. Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, and I'm going to turn to Diana. There was no budget allocated for the Blue Ribbon Commission, and the only thing I'm looking for is I believe that we did provide coffee, and there were print materials at some point. It could help me stand with that, but there was no, they weren't paid anything. There was no mileage. There was no per diem.
So the rumors that were going around that the Blue Ribbon Commission was allocated roughly $300,000 to $400,000 to operate, those are false.
Wow.
Absolutely false, sir.
And as far as the consultant you're recommending?
We have been looking. Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, I would like to it would have to come back to this board as we move forward. We believe in our initial studies that may have been the $300,000 estimate that people heard of what it might take for us to go out when we work with the procurement department to find that organization. We do not have those specific dollars, and we would be bringing, we can bring those back through the board. We had not moved forward. There will be a cost to that, that bringing in national experts to actually go in and do that evaluation and review of what needs to be repaired to deal with is what's been referred to as the deferred maintenance will have a cost. But there has not been a cost for the Blue Ribbon Commission. Again, other than we're happy to provide a report. I would say the costs are de minimis based on as I say, coffee that may have been provided at meetings.
Yeah.
And I think if I were to look at that, then Chair Grijalva, what I might recommend is that we'd be allowed to move forward with understanding what it might be to really do that analysis and investigation. I think even those who are operating within the jail today, whether they be families, inmates, or those who work in the jail, would tell you that there needs to be some addressing of the deferred maintenance that's occurred. I don't have a full sense on what is needed. We're not looking at the new jail. We're not looking at additional facilities. We're looking at what it takes to just simply fix some of the deferred maintenance that has occurred. Item number 2, what we can simply do is we don't need action today. We will look at what the behavioral health contract is looking like, what we believe would be recommendations in next year's budget regarding the provision of the dental and medical and behavioral health services, because this is all a recommendation for next year anyway. We'll bring it back as part of that budget. I think, let me flip to item 4. I am going to ask people to begin to look at what it might take and to analyze and understand if there was a determination at any point that additional capacity was needed, either for a facility that was significant and or for the services that might be provided. What might we fund that? We can do that easily internally. Is it bonds? Is it districts? And we can provide information regarding what others are doing. The work then is to be done on item 3, and because we had indicated that a charter for the new commission would be brought to the board at a later date. I would recommend that then we return to the commission, to the board. We can do so at the March 5th meeting with recommendations for the commission and potentially a charter for that commission based on what we have heard today from the board and from the public.
Okay. Any other questions?
Very quickly,
Supervisor
Madam
Christie.
Chair, in the Blue Ribbon Commission's findings, they outlined roughly, I think, 5 or 6 pathways to finance these items. What more could be divulged after what they already presented to us in the report?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, they have identified a variety of options. I think that staff needs to provide the board with an understanding of what's the impact potentially of those options. To go out to simply suggest that we need a bond, that we need bonding authority for that. Okay, what does that mean? What does that cost? What would be the potential ultimate cost of those bonds, et cetera? To say that potentially we needed a jail district or a funding district for that is an easy recommendation. To drill down a bit and provide the board the additional granularity it needs about what would be impacted in that specific item. That's what I believe we're looking at, is to provide you that granularity based on those different recommendations.
Okay, board members, do we have a motion? Do you think this discussion and direction was enough, or would you like action, Administrator Lesher? And there were some pieces that you talked about bringing back, and that's part of the recommendation.
Yeah. Chair Grijalva, at this point, I believe that we can proceed with understanding what as I've mentioned, the financial granularity. We can look at the contractual health services contract for next year. We'll begin to understand what the contract might look like for basic renovations. Therefore, I would simply ask that if the board would so direct, if it is the desire of the board, and perhaps we don't need action at this point. If you would prefer, I can simply return to the March 5th board meeting with the charter for the new commission for the review and analysis by the board that includes the feedback, as I've indicated, heard from the board and the public today.
I personally would feel more comfortable with that, and really none of the items that you'd be working on have any budget implications other than staff time. And so, I mean, unless there's a desire to take some official action, perhaps we can do that at the March 5th meeting. And then I want to thank you and staff very much for putting the report together. I know it was really difficult, and it was based on the Blue Ribbon Commission report that was several hundred pages, 300 pages. So, and thank you all for all your work. Thank you to the community for coming and listening in. We appreciate it. All right, we are going to go to addendum number 1, item 1. And That is Constable Ethics Standards and Training Board recommendation. This is based on a February 12th, 2024 recommendation of the State of Arizona Constable Ethics Standards and Training Board to suspend Pima County Constable Oscar Vasquez without pay or declare his office vacant to begin a process to replace him. Based on the report, does anyone have any desire to have some questions answered, or do we want to move forward with any action? Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions, and I think I'm going to need to direct them to Mr. Brown. In the report that we got from the state's Constable Ethics Standards and Training Board, they made reference to a similar matter in Maricopa County. And there was a letter that was sent to the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. It was jointly signed by the chair of the state's Constable Ethics Standards and Training Board and the presiding judge of Maricopa County Superior Court. My question is, if we moved towards taking a similar action, which would be declaring that the office had been vacated, would we need the same letter signed by those two people?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, I don't believe so. There were three recommendations. One is to refer the matter to the presiding judge. So if this board were to refer to the presiding judge here, and the presiding judge made the determination that the office was vacated, it would simply be this board's job to make a replacement. I hope that answers the question.
It does. And then the second question I would have, Mr. Brown, is if we made a decision to follow through on the recommendation from the Constable's Ethics Standards and Training Board that we suspend Constable Vasquez without pay, or if we made the decision that we felt that the office had been vacated, what basis for appeal to either of those actions would Constable Vasquez have?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, I'm not sure that there's a basis for appeal. That's something we can look into, but I believe the decision would be final.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? I would like to move to suspend Pima County Constable Oscar Vasquez without pay for the remainder of his term, which would be December 31st of this year.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. I think for me, I just want to make the comment that it is not our job to evaluate the job of Constable Vasquez, but all of us are required to be present and active in our job. And if any of us were not actively coming to meetings and working for 3 months, all of us would be subject to this same action. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. 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 Opposed? Item, Supervisor Hines, thumb up or down? Up. Okay, thank you. Item passes unanimously. Thank you. So now we'll go back to the regular agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I apologize. Yes, correct. We're on Addendum 2. This is the Addendum 2, Item 1 is the status of legal asylum seeker program in Pima County. This is an update discussion. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Chuck Grijalva. And I think for years now, I think since April of 2019, when we began to assist with the issue related to legal asylum seekers in the community, we've indicated that we would fund this uniquely federal program as long as there were federal dollars to do so. And I do want to go back and come in again. neither Pima County nor Pima County's contractors or our partners in this are the individuals or are the authorities that determine whether or not an individual is here legally or not. Customs and Border Protection makes that determination. Those who are brought to our facility have been determined by CBP to be legally seeking asylum. Since April of 2019, tens of millions of dollars have flowed through from the federal government through Pima County to address this issue. As the board knows, we have, as I indicated, we've continued to say that we would do it as long as there was federal money to do it. At the meeting earlier this month, a variety of contracts were before the board, many of which have dates that will be ending soon, March, April, some through the end of the year. But we wanted to make it clear that at this point, we do not see another funding opportunity. We do not see a new tranche of funding coming from the federal government. I want to be clear that we have benefited uniquely in Arizona from the unanimous support of those from both Senator Sinema, Senator Kelly, all of our congressional delegation representing and working with Southern Arizona, including both Congressman Siscomani, Congressman Grijalva, Congressman Stanton, so many others have worked diligently with our staff and with FEMA and all of the Department of Homeland Security to ensure there's additional dollars. It just appears that the dollars are coming to an end. And we have always said that this was not a responsibility of the general fund. We began by asking staff, well, let's take a look at what we think it might cost, what might there be options should the federal funding run out and the program continue. You have those before you. We looked at how we could move to other locations. We moved to what it might be to fund on a limited basis. Anywhere you slice it is a significant impact to the general fund. And therefore, we wanted to simply bring it to the board at this point that we believe that without further action and direction from the board, we are working with our partners to wind down the county's responsibility and the partners, our participation with the program as these dollars end and the contracts end. We believe that to be March 31st of this year. Previously, we'd indicated we thought it could be April. And we know that everybody was out looking very hard to see how we could squeeze the nickels and roll the programs as far as it could be rolled. The reality is, to any of these programs, we tend to see contracts and bills that there's always another invoice, and we want to make sure that we have ended the program while there is still dollars available to make sure that there's no residual impact on the Pima County taxpayer. We have worked with Catholic Community Services, who is our primary partner. They are looking at other funding sources and opportunities, but they have, and I'm looking to others to help me with this, it is my understanding that they've already provided 30 days notice to the majority of their employees to let them know that they will not be providing this system as well. I will say to the board, the next steps is we will continue to work with the city of Tucson and all of the other jurisdictions and everyone we can work with in the community, and that the Pima County became involved in this process a long time ago because of our concern of the impact on the community of street release. The concern has always been what happens not only to those individuals being released, but it is significantly important of what happens in our community if what has been in excess of 1,000 people on occasion are released at a Greyhound bus station. And we know that that's been going to have a negative impact. We hope to find ways in the next 6 weeks to address this concern. It is one that is up to the federal government to begin to look at the spigot of individuals who are crossing the border, coming into our community legally through Customs and Border Protection. But the purpose of this was simply to provide, again, that the heads up for the board, the understanding from the board, the opportunity for the board to make any direction, provide me any additional guidance if such is necessary, to indicate that we remain committed to the end of the program when there is the end of the federal funding.
Thank you, Administrator Lesher. Comments? Supervisor Scott and then Supervisor Christie.
Ms. Lesher, even given your comments, I'm still going to ask this question. We know that the defeated border compromise legislation in the United States Congress included funding to continue Pima County's system for housing and caring for legally processed asylum seekers when they're released into our community. Are there any chances through an emergency appropriation or any means for Congress to act before funding runs out at the end of the month, next month?
Chair Giddy-Halva, Supervisor Scott. Hope spring is eternal, perhaps. There may always be an opportunity for additional funding. We will keep you posted. I will tell you that one of our concerns has been as staff, and if you talk to emergency management and the many people who are working on this from Catholic Community Services as well, a concern has been that we continue to receive funding a month at a time, a week at another, as we have explained to the community and the board before this, because of the numbers that are being brought into our community, the operation can be in excess of $1 million a month. I beg your pardon, a week. So $4 million a month. People will come back and say, we've allocated another $2 million. We've allocated another $1 million. And with all due respect, we certainly appreciate those dollars. That's another week, or that's another 2 months. And I think that our request to our federal partners is not only should they determine that there'll be additional funding, that they make a determination that the program can be funded with some amount of time that allows the partners and all of those involved in this operation to know that there is an opportunity for the funding to continue rather than to be piecemealed along the way.
Just two more questions. The existing system operates so that legally processed asylum seekers are in our community usually for no more than 48 to 72 hours. What can we estimate will be the likely amount of time that they are with us if the federal government fails to continue funding?
Chair Giddy-Halva, Supervisor Scott, I do not know the answer to that question, and I don't believe I'm happy to find out if we have any kind of information and data and get back in a memo to the board.
And it's possible we might get that information from other cities or counties where they have already dealt with street releases. Then my last question, the Greyhound bus station and other public places are where legally processed asylum seekers will be released if the federal government fails to continue its funding. What will the county need to do to protect public health and safety if this occurs, and which departments in the county might be involved? I agree with your recommendation that no local funds should be used for sheltering or caring for asylum seekers, but what might we be required to do to ensure the health and safety of the public?
Chair Giddy-Halva and Supervisor Scott, I think we've got some time to respond. I will tell you that over the weekend, even Mayor Romero and members of the staff of the City of Tucson were in touch with the chairman and with our county staff, obviously, with concerns of what this impact might be within the city limits of Tucson if people are brought within our let go at the released at the Greyhound bus station. I know the City of Tucson has added an item to their study session agenda tomorrow to begin to look at this. I don't think there's an immediate answer. I think that this will be something that which all of our partners representing the delegation, the state of Arizona, impacted jurisdictions as well as the county will all be working together to see what that answer might be, and we will report back.
I appreciate that, and I would just ask that our congressional representatives and representatives from the administration think about not only the impact this is going to have on the people of Pima County, but as your memorandum pointed out, it's also going to impact people in Cochise and Santa Cruz counties. Mm-hmm. And so this entire region is going to be incredibly affected by a failure of federal leadership. And I sincerely hope that that is something that they are all taking into consideration between now and March 31st. We shouldn't have to be in this position. And we have a 5-year record that we can point to with pride in terms of not only what we've been able to do, but what we've been able to prevent. And again, this will be a failure of federal leadership if we start seeing street releases at the level that your memorandum pointed out after March 31st. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, County Administrator Lesher, at the last meeting, you revealed to us that Pima County, which has taken between $60 and $70 million for this asylum-seeking business situation over the last 5 years, going on 5 years since 2019, that Pima County was receiving an admin fee, an administration fee. And at the last meeting, you said you would provide the amount of monies that the county has received to administrate this influx of federal money. So I'm still looking for that.
Thank you.
Secondly, I saw our chair on an interview with one of the local TV stations yesterday, and she made the point that it really doesn't matter how we got to where we are today. It matters on how we deal with it. Well, I respectfully disagree. It's important to note how we got here today, and the reason and the way we got here today was due to the board majority on this Board of Supervisors and the previous Board of Supervisors who couldn't wait to get their hands on federal money to process people coming in here seeking asylum. And if we had been so concerned about street releases, as was just said, as the motivating factor as to why we went into the asylum-seeking business, then why would we say Casa Salinas Welcoming Center? Why would we spread the word to the world that you come to Pima County and you will be taken care of? You'll be fed, clothed, medicated, housed. We'll give you, we'll even pay for your airline tickets at times to go to somewhere else and make what we're doing is somebody else's problem in another area of the country. All we're doing is passing through, and as one of our colleagues who's no longer with us said, we are enabling the whole process. So everybody was so quick to transform the Juvenile Justice Center. Mr. Huckleberry couldn't wait to transform that into the Casa Salinas Center. We couldn't wait to buy the Drexel facility because we knew these federal funds were coming in. And for my colleague to say that it's the federal government's fault, it is not the federal government's fault. It's Pima County's fault because we took the first dollar and we became an enabler and addicted to this money. We've had 5 years to figure out a way to deal with this, and now all of a sudden it's staring us in the face and it's a federal problem. The federal problem didn't shove this money down our throat. We took it. And now we're paying the price. And I would suggest to the county administrator that when you're in a hole this deep, you don't hand the person in that hole a shovel. We need to get out of it as quickly as possible, and the quickest way is to dissolve all remnants of asylum seeking in Pima County. That means we're just talking about a jail. We had a vacant juvenile detention center that got magically and mystically transformed overnight into an asylum-seeking welcoming center. Let's put it out of business as an asylum-seeking center and put it back into perhaps some sort of an incarceration facility. We just bought this Drexel Road facility for, I don't know what, $7-8 million. We need to put that out of business and put it up for sale and get our money back. We need to liquidate anything and everything that was associated with the asylum-seeking mistakes that were made by the board majority on this board and the previous board, and let it be known to the world, let it be known in Washington, and let it be known to all of the agencies. You don't bring people from out of the country into Pima County because we don't have any services. We don't have any sheltering. You need to find another place, and I guarantee you they'll find another place if we don't accept them. And if we have street releases and problems of a street release issue because of all the street releases, it's on the hands of this board majority. And they should never have accepted the money in the first place. Now we're stuck. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So just to be clear, the interview that you were speaking about, what I was referring to is when we have street releases downtown on I-10 and Broadway, it's not going to matter how we got here. It's how are we going to solve the problem. That was my comment about that. But just to be, I think that one of the things that we should do, and it will just depend on whether this board is interested in doing that or not. Oh, Supervisor Hines is off the line, and so at 12:01, well, now there's 4 of us. And if he comes back in, we'll let you know. So I do think that we should send a letter to all of our partners, letting them know that this is the date that we're going to have to close our doors and we're not going to be able to provide these services because we won't have the funding for it. I think we should send a joint letter, possibly with the cities that are going to be impacted, the mayors from the cities that are going to be impacted, and from the chairs from Santa Cruz and Cochise County, to let our Southern Arizona delegation know of what the impact is going to be. When I went up to DC, I spoke at length about what the impact was. And I wasn't here 5 years ago when we renovated Casa Salitas and to provide these services for asylum seekers. But I think one of the reasons why we did is because we had all of our small communities have people that had crossed the border and had nowhere to go. And we were hearing from our small communities, we were hearing from Lukeville, we were hearing from every border community that, like, what are we going to do? So I think Pima County stepped up and has done a really tremendous job in keeping our community safe and providing a pathway for people to get to legal asylum seekers, to provide a pathway for them to get to their final destination. But I don't believe that Pima County should be using our county resources that we desperately need for county programs to fund federal programs. I do think that we're going to need to figure out a way, if there's any way for us to be able to support the city of Tucson as they have a transition plan. I'm assuming, because we've been talking about this for months, that the federal funding was going to end. I'm assuming that they have an emergency plan, but if we can be partners in any way to help support that, perhaps they'd like to utilize some of the spaces that were outlined there. But I don't think it should cost the county anything to go through that process. We just simply can't afford that.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Is there now the potential for street releases of folks migrating and seeking asylum? Are they now going to be classified as homeless and fall under the purview of our homeless program that is supposed to take care of our homeless in Pima County? Are they going to be now integrated into that at taxpayer cost?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, that is not the plan at this point, no.
Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Scott.
Chair Grijalva, I absolutely support your suggestion that we draft a communication to our congressional representatives, and just wondered who would be responsible for that. Would that be the county administrator?
Yeah, I would think, if that's okay, Administrator Lesher, and then we can sort of work together and see if I can call my colleagues in the other counties. I also think it's really important for us to, work as collaboratively as possible with the city of Tucson in our community. They're going to be impacted the most significantly, and the city of Tucson is in the same situation as Pima County with, our budgets are getting a little smaller. So how are we going to be able to partner and provide some assistance to our nonprofit organizations? I do think that this is incredibly politically motivated. The timing is not an accident or a coincidence. And, perhaps we might see some FEMA support if the crisis is unfortunately as significant as we all think it might be.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I agree with you about the timing of this, but I also think that there would be a perhaps more significant impact on our congressional delegation if we ensured that all supervisors in the area of both parties were signatories to that letter, if that's possible.
Absolutely possible. I was just thinking logistically, it might be easier to get 3 people to sign a letter than, times 5. But
the chair of the co-chiefs, oh, wait, no, never mind.
yeah, it was only a logistic question. So everyone can sign on. I don't have an issue with that at all.
All right.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns? And I don't, would you like us to take action? Okay. All right. Thank you so much for the update. Appreciate it. Okay. Does anyone need a quick break, or we'll just power through? All right.
Chair Grijalva.
Mr. Brown.
If I may, I just wanted to correct an answer. Rex Scott asked about appeal on the previous item. I had assumed you had meant appeal to the board. Constable Vasquez can appeal to the Superior Court.
There you go.
So I just want to make sure that was clear.
Thank you. Okay, so we are on item 10. This is our new item, Board of Supervisors representative updates on boards, committees, commissions, and other municipalities. I put together a little slideshow that would help keep me organized in some way. Let's see. That's not it. Yeah, so we did receive, I just want to make note that we received fairly late a communication from the Board of Health that, that's on slide 2, I'm sorry. So Visit Tucson. I had my first meeting. Visit Tucson retreat was held on Thursday, February 5th at the Leo Kent Hotel. The Tucson Airport Authority update from Austin Wright was incredibly helpful in, he was communicating out how flights are created and what that designation looks like, and that there's a lot of legislation around it. He mentioned that there's 100% capacity on outbound flights. A lot of that had to do with people seeking asylum going to their final destinations. We had 5.2 million visitors in Tucson in 2023, approximately the population of Colorado. The budget reforecast, there's a healthy advertising, they have a healthy advertising budget, Visit Tucson, but I just thought it was of note that it is 1/7 of Phoenix's advertising budget and the equivalent of one hotel in Las Vegas. So I thought that was interesting. I know, nice. And then there's a discussion on upcoming strategic plan and values that I'm sure that they will reach out to the entire board to get some input. And then the Board of Health regular meeting was held on January 24th. All of these are virtual at this point. The Board of Health Budget Committee did send a letter, I believe, to the entire board requesting support for the supplemental items from the Pima County Health Department. And then we attended a table and at the resource fair for the Black and Brown Health Fair. It was incredibly well attended, and that was held at the Donna Liggins Recreation Center on February 17th. And our next meeting of the Board of Health is the 28th. And if anyone has any other questions, I'm happy to answer. Anyone else want to give an update? Supervisor Scott and then Supervisor Lee.
No, go ahead, Supervisor Lee.
Supervisor Lee.
Chair Grijalva. My specific update has to do with the 2 areas that I am responsible for, and that is the Metropolitan Education Commission. As you know, the commission has had an interim director for 2 years, Dr. Daisy Rodriguez Patel, and she's done a fabulous job. But we've been looking for a new director, and we have a new director hired, but I don't feel at liberty to disclose the name yet because I don't believe everyone on the board or on the commission knows yet, but I certainly will next month. Regarding the other commission I'm a part of is the Arizona Border County Coalition, and that coalition consists of Yuma, Santa Cruz, Cochise, and Pima. And this was my very first meeting, and I was really impressed because Santa Cruz County brought an individual named Luis Ramirez, who has his own consulting company, and Santa Cruz has hired him. And one of the things he did was bring an update on the actual trade partnership with Mexico and some of the ports of entry, specifically 3 ports, San Luis and Yuma, Douglas and Nogales. These 3 ports are our largest ports, and the majority of the trade especially comes through the Nogales entry. But these ports are going through some reconfigurations and updates so that the trade can be more robust. But one of the things he did say, and this was a surprise to me, and I always believe in triangulation, so you hear it from one source, but I want to see it from 3 sources, is that that Mexico has surpassed China as the United States #1 trading partner. Big information, big news. That just it shows all of us how important these ports are, because as of 2023, one piece of data he did share is that the Arizona borders at almost $36 billion in trade has come through those ports and goes to all the destinations across the U.S. So it is to all of our benefit to support these border ports and the tremendous trade that happens between us. And I would like to ask our board if we'd be willing to have Mr. Ramirez come and share the same data that he shared with the Border Counties Coalition. It's probably a 15-minute presentation, but I think it's well worth it so our community knows just how important our trade partners are here in Mexico, and Arizona being the border community that makes it happen.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I did my first presentation I did a presentation at my first meeting at the Sun Corridor Board of Directors, and I had an opportunity at that meeting to pay tribute to Supervisor Bronson, who had been a member of that board since Sun Corridor was created, and was pleased that I had that opportunity. The Sun Corridor Board wanted updates on RTA Next development, the Prosperity Initiative, and our Economic Development Strategic Plan. The Regional Transportation Authority Board has a special meeting this Thursday to further consider development of an RTA Next plan. We have regular meetings set for March and May, and we also have another special meeting that is set for April. We want to get an RTA Next plan out for the public review period in the second half of 2024 because the election is planned for the spring of 2025. I have asked staff for information on topics that are still being discussed by RTA board members because the county's focus is always with the hope of finding common ground for all 9 members of the RTA board. And then wanted to remind my colleagues that the Legislative Policy Committee of the County Supervisors Association meets every Friday, except during weeks when monthly Board of Directors meetings occur, and that's when the LPC is part of the Board of Directors agenda. When it comes to whether or not to support, oppose, or stay neutral on a bill, CSA staff often makes recommendations to the LPC, and just remind my colleagues that any supervisor in the state can take part in LPC discussion, but each county has only 1 vote. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Thank you. Any update? Supervisor Christie.
May I go to another subject, or I have no update?
Oh, that's okay. No, I mean, we're not going to go to it unless you have an update on like a Green Valley or one of the others. Okay. I think that's it then.
Well, then if that's it, may I make a suggestion to the board and to the chair?
Sure.
We have some folks that are waiting for number 36, Community and Workforce Development. I'm just wondering, would it be possible to move the agenda up to accommodate?
Yeah, we also have item 12. So can we do 12 and then 36?
Sure.
Okay. Any other updates on item 10? Okay, so we will move on. We've addressed item 11, and then if it's okay, we'll do 12 and then 36. Okay, so item 12 is a petition for relief of taxes. This does need a correction. It's pursuant to ARS 42-11109E. And this is for the Silver Bell Grace Brethren Church. It's a petition, has petitioned the Board of Supervisors for relief of taxes associated with interest and penalty for tax years 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023 for tax parcel number 115-21-008A. I will go ahead and move.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Oh, Supervisor Hines is back, and he voted aye, so the item passes.
I vote yes.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Hines. Okay, so now we will move to item 36. And so the petition to relief was approved. Yay. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. Okay, great. Thank you for your patience and waiting. Yes.
So, Chair Grijalva?
Yes.
Just to let them know, I will contact you after this meeting. Okay.
Right. Thank you. All right. So item number 36 is community and workforce development. This is the fiscal year 23-24 Pima County gap funding for affordable housing development and preservation. The order is item A is the request an appeal of the Pima County Regional Affordable Housing Commission's recommendation. And we do have, but this isn't a public hearing, correct? Oh, it is a public hearing. Oh, that's correct. I'm sorry. It is a hearing. So we do have someone that would like to speak on item A, I assume, or this item. So I'll go ahead and call Brent Davis.
Thank you.
Please, go ahead.
Chair Grijalva, members of the Pima County Board of Supervisors, County Administrator Lesher, my name is Brent Davis, and I'm here today representing Southwest Nonprofit Housing Corporation, a developer of affordable housing units based in Tucson. Our recent projects, all in the underserved area of South Park Avenue, have included the 100-unit Rio Viejo project and the 107-unit Rio Mercado. Today, I will be focusing on our newest elderly housing project, Rio Azul. These projects, which have been visited by some members of this board, and I hope that we can eventually get all of you out there to see it, have been extremely successful in providing a dignified, affordable living environment for their occupants at 50 to 60% of the area median income. Some of you, as I said, and your staff have been there, and I know how much you enjoyed seeing what investment in affordable housing can produce for many Tucsonans. Southwest Nonprofit Housing Corporation has filed an appeal regarding the awarding of the grant funds in this cycle. While it is our opinion that the awarding may not have been accurately reflected all the requests for funding submissions, we understand that a process was followed and the results announced. And we've had conversations with many of you about our concerns about that procurement process, and hope that that can be analyzed in the future. Let me review. The procurement process identified 5 projects to fund, totaling 850 units. There were some projects that were just below the funding line, including our own Rio Azul project for elderly housing. The board has discussed the idea of earmarking an extra $2.2 million for affordable housing in this cycle. Southwest Nonprofit Housing would like to encourage the board to increase the amount so that other projects can be funded and more units be brought into the Pima County market. The Pima County Affordable Housing Commission recommended, as you know, this year that 50% of this year's actual county surplus be earmarked for affordable housing. In an earlier meeting, Supervisor Hines indicated that he would be willing to make a motion to add an additional $2.2 million to the funding for affordable housing, and Supervisor Scott indicated that he would be willing to second the motion depending upon what the results of the RFP produced. Here we are today with a situation where the county can do just that. Now, considering the county's projected $8 million surplus, together with the expected employee vacancy savings of about $7 million, the county will have upwards of $15 million to deal with any budget adjustments. And I know there's going to be a $10 million shortfall into the health benefit. These are from your numbers, which will leave approximately $5 million in actual surplus funds. Southwest Nonprofit Housing today is strongly recommending that the county provide an additional $2.2 million for affordable housing, which will fund another 5 projects for an additional 75 units. The modest approach does several things. It funds another 5 projects to increase the affordable housing units to more than 920. We all know the terrible need that we have there in our community. It allows 5 more organizations to move forward with their new construction, single family, excuse me, and rehabilitation, for the most part, shovel ready in this fiscal year. It goes a long way in meeting the Affordable Housing Commission's recommendations. It respects Pima County's overall budget and leaves a projected surplus. It helps address one of the major problems in Pima County, homelessness and affordable housing. It addresses the wishes of constituents in all 5 supervisorial districts, fund affordable housing, and assist in solving the homelessness problems in Pima County. And finally, it even offers some potential relief to the affordable housing issues seen on the Pasquayaki Nation. Mr. Gregory called in earlier today to support the project, which we appreciate. That's our comment. That's my comments and our comments for Southwest Nonprofit Housing, and I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I don't know, I think we might have questions for staff, but if you want to have a seat, if we have any questions for you. Great, thank you so much. Okay, so if there is anyone else here to speak on this item, either 36A or B?
Can I ask a question of Mr. Davis?
Sure. But can I go ahead and close the public hearing and then you can ask? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Mr. Davis, Supervisor Scott.
Are we to indicate, Mr. Davis, from your presentation that you are dropping your appeal?
No, we formally have to file the appeal, and we do have some concerns about the procurement process, which I've shared with some of the members of the board. We do believe there's some issues, and I'm happy to address a couple of those if you want me to. But we think the solution ultimately is a positive solution to fund 5 more projects.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No
okay.
question.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Supervisor Scott.
So I had a meeting with Ms. Darland and Ms. Lundeen prior to these, both the appeal and the recommended projects coming before us. And they confirmed that they provided evaluators and applicants with an understanding of how proposals would be evaluated. They also conducted what they called consensus meetings after evaluations were done to discuss overall scores. Now, Director Sullivan, in his memo to us, his memo to Ms. Lesher that was shared with us, said that there were variations of up to 30 points in how individual projects were scored by different evaluators. He also used his authority to designate another department director to hear the appeal before us. Staff confirmed for me that they did not conduct individual project reviews, even when the noted variations in scoring were observed. And I think that should have happened. There were consensus meetings where they talked about overall scores, but they did not go through each individual project when there were variations between evaluators of an individual project, and that needed to happen. That needed to happen. A rubric should be tight enough that there shouldn't be great variations. And if there are, that's an opportunity. It's actually, I think, a necessity for the evaluators to come together and talk about why there were those those variations in scoring. The fact that that didn't happen, for me, raises legitimate concerns about inter-rater reliability. And I also feel, and perhaps this is a fault of this board, I don't know if we gave this authority to Director Sullivan or if it's just inherent in the process, but one director should not designate another to handle an appeal. Those matters should be addressed by one of the deputy county administrators or perhaps by the county administrator herself. Director Sullivan absolutely had the authority to ask Director Vescovi-Chiordi to handle the appeal, but he either shouldn't have that authority or he should have asked a deputy county administrator or the county administrator to do it. And I think we should grant this appeal for these reasons. Even if we don't, I am calling for these issues to be proactively addressed the next time we consider proposals for gap funding. The importance of getting more housing on the market is hindered if there is any basis for questioning our processes. And I respect how this second round was informed by things that we learned in the first round, and that's absolutely apparent. But I think we've learned some things in this second round that should inform all future processes, including having evaluator debriefs if there are big variations within an individual project and not having appeals be done by somebody at the same level as the department director.
Okay. Thank you. I believe we have some slides. Dr. Garcia, if you want to go over them. And I do want to just comment, Supervisor Scott, I respect your opinion, but I also know that evaluations are inherently subjective based on the person who is evaluating. And as long as that individual is consistent throughout their evaluation, it might not match up if we were evaluating the same project, but as long as we're consistent project by project and how we're scoring individually, I think that that's fair. The other thing I would just want to note is that the Southwest Nonprofit Housing Corporation did receive $2.125 million in the last round of funding. And so I do think that that's important to note, that the process did work in one person. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Garcia so that you can go over some of the Housing Commission summary. Thank you.
Chair Grijalva, members of the board, thank you for allowing me to comment on the process. I'll just I'll remind you that on June 20, 2023, this Board of Supervisors awarded approximately $2.65 million in gap funding to Southwest Nonprofit Housing Corporation, as well as Family Housing Resources. And that was to ensure the development of two projects, which together provided 203 additional affordable housing units. At that time, from the days, the board provided some substantive feedback about how the balance of that $5 million affordable housing allocation should be used, and the idea of developing different types of affordable housing opportunities. And that we did fairly expeditiously and in consultation with the Regional Affordable Housing Commission, issued a second RFP. The funding amount per the direction from the days for that RFP was in the amount of $6.875 million, and that was earmarked gap funding in three specific categories: new development and rental, new development in home ownership, and preservation and rehabilitation. The dollar amounts were not distributed evenly. They were distributed based on the counsel of the Affordable Housing Commission. I have with me today Ms. Jen Darlin, who staffed that process for us both in the previous RFP and with that current one, and she will provide a little bit more color.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia, Madam Chair, members of the board. So again, we did take the feedback from, and another direction that we received from the board was to go back to the applicants from the first round and have a discussion to ensure that we got more, we were able to bring to you more funding recommendations in a second subsequent round. Staff did hold that conversation with those applicants, incorporated that feedback along with the comments from the board, as well as comments from the commissioners, and also comments on ways to improve from our evaluators as well. As Dr. Garcia alluded to, the subsequent RFP for the fiscal year 23-24 funds included carryover balances that were left unspent from the prior fiscal year allocation and combined with the fiscal year 23-24. That release of the RFP was, well, first the draft with the improvements were audienced in front of the commissioners. Commissioners blessed that RFP and all of the changes. Subsequent conversations on the categories and how much should be funded or budgeted per category was also reviewed with the commissioners and endorsed by the commissioners. The RFP was released early September. It turned into a pumpkin on October 31st, I like to say. All applications were due on the 31st of October. It is important to note that between two RFPs in less than 12 months' time, the first RFP yielded 7 responsive applications, the second round, 21. We saw an increase of 3 times as many applications in this round. So to the credit of this board and your previous investment in this space, you are ahead of the curve in making meaningful investment in the space of addressing affordable housing. At the time that the applications were vetted by staff to ensure that they met all of the low minimums requirements to proceed to evaluation, we identified those projects with the commission so that the commission could then identify a non-conflicted member to serve within the evaluation process. This was a change from the prior round, again, based off of feedback from the commissioners to have more of a subjective point of view from the commission's perspective versus the technical expertise that was previously provided in the previous round. In total, we had 5 evaluators. We had Deputy Director Rhonda Pina, Division Manager Joel Gastelum, Housing Planner Ryan Stevenson, and Program Manager Tom Drzeskowski with Development Services. All 5 brought their expertise from the field of workforce development, as well as finance, as well as project development, community planning, innovative practices and approaches to development, and also that of community resources and support to ensure that not only once folks are housed in these projects, they are also stably and meaningfully connected to ongoing processes and supports to ensure that they remain stably housed. The process did take longer than anticipated, but we did manage to stick with the timeline as published in the RFP. We were able to meet and confer, again, as was noted by Supervisor Scott, we were able to get together and discuss the outcomes category by category, the way that the projects fell within their rating and rank, and discuss whether or not there were significant deviations from the outcomes that did not fall into alignment with individual evaluators' perspectives. As noted by the chair, when you do have such broad, expansive perspectives in that evaluation process, it does lend to certain things that will percolate up from evaluator to evaluator. What we're looking for is any lack of application of expertise in a particular category that had been previously applied in the evaluation of another application to ensure that there isn't some sort of bias that is maybe being applied in that evaluator's review. Understood, that can absolutely be tightened up, but it is challenging at best to identify how to best remediate with a community member areas of subject area expertise in the space of anything around the development space. But neither here nor there. It was still a very deliberative conversation after a very holistic review of all 21 applications. And it was a heartening opportunity that unlike the prior experience, we felt very confident in our putting forward the recommendations for the funding projects. I don't know that we're on that slide yet, so I apologize. Next slide, please. Did it?
Nico, next.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Absolutely.
Supervisor Scott, and then I want to.
I understand, and I understood this when we met with you and Ms. Lundeen, that category by category consensus meetings were held. But I'm going to continue to assert that it should be done project by project. If a rubric is designed in such a way that there should not be big variation between evaluators of the same project. When that variation occurs, it is not only an opportunity, but I think it's a necessity for those evaluators to talk with each other about why, using the same rubric, they came to such variations in determination. So I get the category by category thing. I got it when we met. But again, I just think we missed an opportunity when we didn't go project by project. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do think that this process is going to get better every time we do it. And I think that the feedback is helpful. But, I still sort of stick with what I said before, which is every individual evaluator, as long as you're consistent with your own. We just had this experience when I was a judge of a talent show. We were all very different, very different, clearly very different, but we were consistent in our own lane. And so I think that the end result is positive. I'm going to let you go ahead and go through the slides, and then while they're doing that, Administrator Lesher, there was a suggestion to put more funding into this to allow more projects, and I'm just wondering if after we're done here with staff, we can have a little bit of input from you on that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. So essentially, the evaluation panel did, upon the outcomes of the scores and the discussion, decided to put forward as a recommendation for the commission the endorsement of a total of 8 projects. 5 for new development rental, 1 for new development home ownership, and 2 for existing adaptive reuse rehab. Yes, I think that's the discussion. Also, if you'll note, is that of the 5, there was a total of $4.5 million budgeted for that particular category. Within that category, however, we were not able to fund at 100% the 5th project. That project was only funded at $500,000 versus the $750,000 it had initially requested. So the evaluation panel had recommended that staff go back to not only Emory Park Place project development team, Family Housing Resources, and Southern Arizona Land Trust, but also go back to the El Camino Affordable Housing Development Partnership of Casa Maria and their consultant Compass Affordable Housing, and inquire with both of those project partners if they would be willing to accept an amount lesser than that to which they applied for, if so, to provide in writing a guarantee that they would be able to secure additional funding that would ensure that their project would remain viable, and to provide that within, I believe we stated 5 business days before the recommendations would be going before the commission for endorsement. Those commitments or those agreements were received in writing from both of those particular project developers. The recommendations went before the commission at their, I want to say their December meeting, apologies, time is a flat circle. At their December meeting, we were unable to reach a quorum of non-conflicted commissioners. So staff made several attempts later to convene a special meeting to earn the endorsement of the commission. Regretfully, we were unable to. The board has a very dynamic and deeply expertise commission, and so we weren't able to reach a quorum of non-conflicted folks. So in advance, in order to ensure that we could more timely make sure that other applications weren't going to be hindered by delay in a notice of funding award, we proceeded to publish the notice of funding award that led to the TUPR protests and the subsequent appeal. I believe we can go to the next slide. So before you, Madam Chair, members of the board, before you are those recommendations taking into consideration that 2 of the projects, both in new rental development and in existing projects, had agreed to take less than what they had applied for based off of the funds available in that category. In total, if the board is to, pending the decision on the appeal, if the board action today would yield in total between 2 fiscal year allocations, $9.5 million, generating a significant investment in 1,038 total units in less than less than a year's time, actually. About a year ago today, we were working with our commission and on getting the first RFP released. So it's commendable.
Excellent. So there was a suggestion that we add 2.1 million in order to fund some of the other projects. Were all of those projects ranked high enough to staff feel comfortable moving forward with those? Or would that suggestion to put more funding in, one, we'd probably make those two last projects whole, is my guess. And what is the difference for those two projects? Like what, they're at a lesser amount from the 100%. What is the additional amount necessary?
If I may, Chair, Chair, could you help? What I believe is if you're looking at the total that was requested was $5,750,000 for those rental projects, of which the $4.5 million was recommended. It was the $1 million for Rio Azul, and that is my understanding that of a request from Emery Park Place, which scored just above the Rio Azul, was requested $750,000 and recommended at $500,000.
Okay, those
so
were the
I believe
ones that
it's. I see the delta. Pardon me, at $1,250,000. There may be, I don't know where the other number.
I mean, I just think it's, I appreciate the suggestion because I think we're all very supportive of having more housing. My concern is making sure from administration that we right now have the capacity, but what does it look like a little bit in the future? And so I would be willing to consider it if, finance could crunch numbers, and I don't know if that's something that we can do here at the dais or something that we just would bring back, or do we move forward with this award recommendation and then look to see if there's any potential to make the two projects that are already funded on this list, get them closer to their request. There's a couple of options here.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
Do you think maybe we could just get a confirmation from Mr. Davis as to the amount of money that we're talking about here from his presentation?
Well, I think that he was recommending were you recommending for all of the projects that were submitted? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. We were recommending that a total of $2.2 million be added and pick up the next 5 projects, which would increase 75 units of affordable housing.
And the project that you're talking about, Rio Azul, would be part of those extra 5. I don't feel comfortable moving in that direction only because I want to hear from, we did have evaluators, we had the committee. I don't want to just sort of throw money there if there are any concerns for any other projects, because there were some other projects the last round that just missed the cutoff, and they weren't funded, and they weren't funded this time either, and I think that there's other reasons for that, and so I don't want to assume that this will fix the issue, and I appreciate that you're advocating for Rio Azul to get funded, but I'm sort of trying to look at the
Chair
longer term.
Grijalva, if I may, one of the concerns that we have, you brought up the idea that we received funding in the previous round, as did at least one project.
Mm-hmm.
That is not in the criteria that the county has published, whether or not you've received previous funding. And we wouldn't want that to be used to either affirm or deny funding for anyone.
No, I was just highlighting the fact that the process worked last time for two projects.
Yes.
The process worked and the evaluation worked last time. And so I know that we've revised it, and I appreciate that, sometimes our programs don't get funded, definitely not the full funding, but I just don't want to just approve an additional $2+ million, pull in all these other projects that may or may not be as shovel ready, I don't have any recommendations for those other projects. I just have these. Yes, Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, and sorry I can't be on video. I think it's, I think we could maybe do a modified do some sort of modified situation here. Instead of the 2.2 million number, why don't we fund an additional 1.7 million and limit it to 4 projects that all scored sufficiently high through the vetting process that we set up, though, as you know, Supervisor Scott mentions that we probably have some work to get that tightened up a little bit more, but to include Rio Azul Apartments, Barrio Anita Casitas, Curly School Apartments, and Esperanza and Escalante Apartments. That totals 1.7 million. They scored high enough to move forward. That increases the total number of units being built from 835 to 910. And it addresses an incredibly important issue of the 20,000 units of affordable housing that we are currently short by nearly 1,000. And I think we need to do it now before we no longer have the opportunity due to the state shifting costs and other financial concerns that are probably looming.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Supervisor Hines. But we did just hear that there are 2 projects that are on the list of award recommendations that did not get full funding. So I don't know if the amount that you suggested is going to cover that amount, but I do think that that's important. Respectfully, I want more housing. I mean, putting this money there is something that we advocated for very hard, and I think it's a great thing for Pima County to be a part of this process. I feel comfortable moving forward with this award recommendation, this slide, and then ask our administrator to go back, look at those other projects. Were there any other issues? I don't think that it's something that we have to do this meeting. Like, I think that we can wait and get some additional information. It could be 2 weeks from now. I would like to approve these award recommendations, and then I'm absolutely willing to look at it. I just know that we have other budget constraints, we have other things coming up that have not been, that we've not approved. I would love to say yes. I really would. I think it would be great. I would love to say, put another 5 million in there. I mean, I'm all for that. I just want to make sure that we work with the budget that we've already anticipated. And if there is a way for us to accommodate more housing, especially in areas in our community that desperately need more affordable housing, I'm absolutely supportive of that. I just would like to move that we approve this slide now, and then ask our county administrator to come back even as soon as 2 weeks from now about what the other funding, potential funding of the other projects would look like, and then full funding for the ones that we've already awarded.
I'll second that.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any additional discussion? Supervisor Scott.
I'm happy to support the motion. Because I do think we need additional information from staff as to what our capacity is, and also additional information about all of these projects. I felt it was important to mention the 2 reforms that I think need to be incorporated into future processes, but I believe that this was still a robust process. I think it can be improved moving forward, but I think your motion makes a ton of sense.
And I'm not suggesting that we're done. That absolutely not. I just want to make sure that we expend the funds that we know have already been allocated in the budget, and then we come back if we have the potential to do that. As mentioned several times, these are shovel-ready projects. If we have the funding, they can move forward. But I really would like to see, because there's a couple that have been on the last list and this list that I'm still trying to wonder why we haven't been able to fund them. And so I know that there are reasons for it. But yeah, and I want to appreciate your advocacy. I do. And I, as someone who wrote grants for 25 years, I know how frustrating it is to get right there and not to get full funding. It's very frustrating.
If I may,
absolutely.
I appreciate your analysis of the process, and I might add one more. If the county wants to move toward even less bias, try the Olympic model, where you throw out the high and the low, and you'd be surprised that eliminates even more bias. And with the reforms that you suggested, Supervisor Scott, I think the county's moving in a great direction.
Yeah.
And finally, if I may, thank you for funding these types of projects. Yeah. You know, I was behind a dais 30, 40 years ago, and we had a homeless problem then, and it's only gotten worse. And what I have found over the years is that a lot of elected officials talk about homeless, but they don't do anything about it. You guys and gals have done something about it, and I appreciate it, and I don't mean to speak on behalf of all those agencies, because I don't, I have a client, but I'm sure they all appreciate it, so thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate your advocacy. I think specifically looking at funding projects that are addressing the need for our most vulnerable in our community, our old, our young, our families. I mean, I think that that's really important, and I wish if we had all the money, we would do it. And I'm not suggesting that we might not. It's just not, especially for some of these
You could borrow
projects.
some from the U of A.
Sure. Yeah. No comment on that. Okay. Yes. Mr. Brown.
Just seeking clarification, there's 36A and 36B is the motion.
Right. And so what I would do for 36A, thank you, Mr. Brown, is for 36A, I would motion to deny the appeal.
I'll second.
And then I have a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Supervisor Hines? Item passes 4-0. And then,
No.
Okay, so item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Hines voting no. And then item B is the Pima County gap funding affordable housing development, which is the screen that was up previous. And I had a motion, and then Supervisor Scott seconded approving that screen of projects, those award recommendations.
But then there was a second.
Yes, and then part of it is and then going back to Administrator Lesher for March 5th to look at the funding opportunities for the other projects and any other feedback from staff and the commission.
Including budgetary concerns.
Yes, absolutely, budgetary commission. Anyway, anything else? Motion second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item pass. Supervisor Hines?
Aye.
Okay.
I vote yes.
I'm sorry? Yes, okay. Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Okay, that wasn't complicated at all.
Not in the least.
All right. Now we'll go, do we want to take a little break?
I think we can.
Yes?
I really think we can power through.
Okay. Well, perhaps a restroom break? No, nobody. Okay. Thank you so much. All right, so we are on item number 13, and I'm happy to take any of these together, but item 13, final plat with assurances, I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 14, these are vote centers. Thank you. Supervisor Hines. This is designation of polling places for the March 19th, 2024 presidential preference election, a total of 122, I believe. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Opposed? Item passes 5-0. I know on the phone there's a delay. Item number 15 is a monthly financial update, and this is Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, it's the preference of the board in light of the time you have received the written publication, the written memo, we will post it. If you'd like staff to walk through it, that's fine. If you prefer, we can, if there's questions.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
One question going over the report, all the categories where the monies were coming in. I did not see anything specifically designating HERF income.
Chair Grijalva, thank you. Ms. Moulton?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, HERF income is delineated in the other revenues from the state. It's not specifically lined out. If you need me to break that out, I certainly can.
Yeah, usually, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, we always have been used to seeing a HERF delineation standalone, and if there's a possibility that it could be done, that would be great.
Happy to do that. We will get that to you. Thank you, Supervisor.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
And with, as a suggestion to you and at the board's discretion, I would be willing to address items 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 through 28, 29 through, I would like to pull 30 out, and then 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35.
Just to clarify, we've already done 15,
That's right. But
because that was the financial update.
Oh, yes, thank you.
But I will second your motion for all those other items with the exception of number 30.
So moved.
No, you moved it, I seconded it.
Okay.
All in favor? Signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Supervisor Hines, did you vote yes?
Here it comes.
did you?
That was an aye.
I was.
We've done all kinds of crazy stuff.
I heard. There's pieces together. I was listening online. Okay, so we address
Everything
16
but
through
30.
19. Yes? Okay.
Yeah.
So the remaining item, Madam Chair.
I did want to speak on 21, if I could.
Sure.
They're doing billing and taking 40% of the revenue generated for 21, and I'm wondering why we can't do this in-house. Or if my percentage is wrong, please let me know. Administrator Lesher.
Dr. Garcia.
Okay.
Chair Grijalva, not quite that clean. But your point is well taken. We actually have looked at the ability to bill in-house and the kind of infrastructure and overhead that would be required for that. So at this point, we are not prepared to bill and collect for this range of services. At this point, this continues to be a very positive relationship with this particular nonprofit entity that has allowed us to collect some significant revenue. So at this point, it is something that continues to be useful, but we are definitely looking at the whole area of billing and collection as being something that could potentially be brought into the house eventually.
Right. So this is contract language, right, for the revenue. I'm just wondering if we could really look at this to see if there is a way for us to, hire county employees. That my thought would be more vested in collecting one, because it would help us all. But okay, it's already been voted on. I'm okay with it. I just wanted to ask a question about us continuing to look at bringing that service in-house. And now we're on item 30, is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Acceptance, facilities management, and this is a block grant. Yeah, Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to vote yes on this, but I have a continual question of why it seems that PAYGO funds are now the central focus of anything and everything that we want to spend goes to PAYGO, and what this is being utilized for, this block grant is for, I think they call them chillers, some kind of evaporative or chilling units. Why does this qualify as a PAYGO expenditure?
And
let me go ahead and move the item, and could you second for sake of discussion?
Sure.
Okay, great. I'll move the item. Supervisor Christie seconds. Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, and I'll turn to Deputy County Administrator DeMonis for additional information. But this, again, when we brought to the board all of our capital improvement projects for the year, and we've identified funding allocations for the PAYGO dollars. Some of PAYGO goes for the roads. A lot of PAYGO goes to the roads. We also use PAYGO for our capital improvement program and projects as developed and approved by this board in the annual budget. But Mr. DeBonis?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Christie, what the county administrator indicated is correct. So each year, the PAYGO funding recommendation is part of the annual budget that's presented to the board and approved. So capital equipment replacement is part of what we try to fund out of PAYGO in some portion on an annual basis. So you could expect to see those types of items going forward as you have up to this point. So these are end-of-life equipment, major equipment components on our buildings that are eligible for use of PAYGO, at least as it has been approved by the board up to this point.
And Madam Chair, Mr. DeMonis, this these items, these chillers wouldn't qualify as just general maintenance replacement and upgrades or maintenance?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, you could slot them in multiple buckets of funding. So I think your point being, are there other funds that could be utilized for this? Certainly could be considered for another source of funding. These happen to have been included in that category within the current approved PAYGO funding recommendations.
Madam Chair, all I'm pointing out is I just hate to see PAYGO as a general bucket of money to be used for practically anything when our roads still need attention, but I'm prepared to vote yes for this.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Christie. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And that, let's just correct, because we did jump around a little bit. And Supervisor Hines voted yes. That's it. We hit every item. All right, thank you. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.